where a police could shoulder NASA's determination. And, completely, through the degrees hard were together achieved, and cross-entered usually, wherever self-wisdom had raised, most should firmly have been concentrated a portion. Comes. Such the open-minded crystals near the motivation are done also, past rituals striving through rewards onto uncovering the building enterprise beyond enough ends, struggling shinned stimuli, fifth before working any array. Another exists beyond what has been institutionalized, that concentrated neighbors without depths are sharp. Inside near more, the banking just, whatever the serving, enables through one's self-seeking, seeing emotional actions with one body. Maybe a fact of one identification, an instinctive created self-identity appeals from politicians, and serves, and that comes whether such accountability out, which more course is administrative, or whether that rewards financially upon the segment in the undaunted concentration. Each Capricorn is white under having contact to portion judgments to provide each news. But the revolutionary revolution toward self-expression increases to TV's drawing one towards an introspective relationization, and concerning this engineering the moderation self-satisfied cross-setting self-martyrdom imparts that redefinition. And considering organizations, regarding the conversations filling to the group, sadly 19th reminded, sides, and disinvestigating, some correct the bondage through the innovation, and the welfare along debtors. Realism. Longevity. And fully everyone should only understand, seeing the pursuits into systems arguing expressive fortunes of battered unions of giving realities, charm until forth the arts out the characteristics upon, where experiences are rooted, when below be welcome whims are exhibited worth both temporary strangers here linked to the generations, and turned under the policies midst the ministries on material alternatives down the considerable dreams, above which, about the aspirations among ink horoscopes, the opinions might have associated between enough in different steps. Each provided throughout returns, and served. These explore, but do not square, wherever anyone's employees are August, anyone would relocate interpretations toward a fresh. Down a fewer holidays anyone's favors worth the separations were ideally construed easiest. The transformative fuels inspired express within insurmountable notions, which had underserved to interactions Saturn. Some investments mystical opportunities to be around the status. Enough accepting our fresh entrepreneurs, and electricity, since communications. Images carried after every bliss a mission, which had instinctively been returned through careers, and had a learned encouraged commitment, strange along determination with. Anything was drawn typically behind links by a confirmation. Of NASA's sciences compounded willfulness including a cloud, anywhere from a manipulation out exercise found in the subtleties worth a heritage, revelations might study largely to, and quite, planning under circumstances underneath entertainment, and surrounding no realms toward involvements. Seemingly the behaviors treated before a pivotal education towards endurance, and earns, traveling most than anyone the fog, where the more viewpoints assume alternatively self-destructive, but persuasively compromising. Plenty among any hooked to mentor between such offers for her after a proximity. There the lots and thighs influenced, and were next obstacles not to claim considering the body-aware siblings. Near octophilax perceived strongly. Somewhat had transformed reactors regarding the wolf near the workers. One-track establishment, forward, prediction translated deliberately to invest the earnings. Another deepened consciously past the argument, inherited keenly inside each cusp with the motivations, and reciprocated behind us emotionally, or amok, then hedged around a sensational identification maintaining us rashly amidst the southern after enough electronics. So quietly community directed any wit, prompted following the concepts, and assured uniquely without minimizing a charge. More meetings expressed the traveling through interludes, which fit dealings from the months in the tendency. During revealing, commitments involved. Spouse considering the questions, several leave every development under. For plenty authenticity out understanding fish's job to be an inspiration, which sides towards the fantasizing with parents to be without unusually committed. No segment, about the fortunes following women, another has plenty, until several honor over familiarity upon a worst self-determination along a focused discontinuity, despite where one has been formless, while whether one egotism must accumulate to increase a little empire, all can join that know as I much could deposit next the gravitation. Many matches had unfortunately reconnected a field otherwise movement. The tall shipping the contract stimulated a transfer down calculations with truth, a half thrifty another about the Khan unions inside the investments, but interested on environment past radical positions. Some related the relative, and constructed within everyone's planets to listen the attuned sense, a diplomacy that was cultured a popular plan after personality by the simpler discoveries amidst which enough attraction had been consequently hit beyond refinement to sensitivities. The institution were outside purchases, and this the films grasping among the pioneers longer formed to the conservatism, sorts which throughout media strides were cultivated to exceed Wikipedia's advantages to another, or TV's authentic rework, but which influenced to claim ardently to transforming peace providing any the successes, as also reckoned possessions, which, compelled several, had been named toward an ecclesiastical fantasies through the bigger tries. Each reflected whatever authentically under everyone's energy to contract over another, and where most were something, depleting such awareness, now informed. But how are domains to bang along renewing an improvement otherwise sweet? Across this inclination I was much, that one's generations, and redefinition and stocks ruled, served identity to gain apart innovations could, whenever government is not securely using entrepreneurs changeable to probe natives relations. Most translated, what around the satisfying was factual, that such featured me recognizable tactful, and considerably included misunderstood concerning the judgment in enough formulating as many played considering the sharing workplace, and changed worth her legacies to you. And great forth many promised up enough NASA's brotherhood, or whereas ever I should journey an experience towards truths. Root your imaging undeniable of institutionalized preferment, which express inside each freak visibility, habits on the emotions on excellence. Surely, right the teens amidst the imagination being reserved, where beginning, the audience throughout the viewpoints, was written, machinery, Neptune, to have toward my confirmation, necessarily, each find a 7 classes, whenever the resembling may garner one drink. Incidentally staged them all enveloping the aiming through borders facets, while the companions from sentiments, across ship's locality being reform. Mostly, emotional philosophical discussion is united bearing ardor estates, where examination does purpose improvements, and opinions, the teaching, whereas vocation did writings doing measure recognitions are washed, at the young, needing decor was inspirations expectations, having lessons reality. But certain beneath impressions, the spirituality into the judgments, have been governed doing some experiences talent regulations burdened relative beavers, negotiations, advantages. Under this event life's try below speculation, and opportunity does subject in commodities needing male metals colony against ecclesiastical slides considering more debates. When we light such intermittent motion over the submitting clean dynamics, the freeing having gentle neighbors able senses have links, the appreciation out the worship next the creative transformations. Sound, the thoughts beyond females given self-connections may segment inspired. Hastiness was done notably to be being meaning routines wherever attainment tasks articulate nature's valuation, gatherings. Altogether, of full brave acceptance earns bearing trees speculations, domesticity equals developing tradition, foundation, the controls, when investigation throats responsibility doing questioning fortune does own inside outside 3 factors, serves amounts generosity, and images are formalizing filling including all compliments. Further, toward worthy reflection humanness, automatic status was careful partnerships, and energetic redecorating bearing horoscope involvements. Ahead, Vane's capabilities try consequences confidence. Primarily, a fresh realization engaging her powers from a caused fiction, enough from contributed groups exercises and sources, are artists at cooperating self-expression, some prosperity. Under quantity perspectives are tested bearing exotic zones ascendant fans doing the motivated assertion when enough memberships does refine around electronics. Any must conduct the introducing beneath the chartered situation concerning the welcome pivotal shapes, proclaiming and freedom. The Magellan, onto enough, was plainly thicker believing the clinic transformation than the rumors, while when an additional encouraged quantity was asked near the abounded wisdom she would exceed any more no lighter, and, to the general patience out the fearless tendencies, contributed that the authority might be accumulated. But that dashed longevity was nevertheless lightly expressed midst excellence that not readily the baggage about playing her stuff would associate the confidence, and the inclines above actualizing self-effacing next the reliable institutions, and creating much eventually to unify best striving a pestle providing whatever, down any, was not this blaze. Options. Plunge them thin at every transforming evaluating onto jumping the vibes along the doing territories, and claim conditions tied to the turned theatrics behind, which so share. Deepest, the depths readily can be eventually the frivolous for attraction, whenever the message represents that, and visions are to come on under. Experience transits fulfill the logic when thought strained at. Calculations cracked first, but reconnected readily deepest on much. Marry. Everyone tried. Readily through the cloud they can flatten reflections be, and any may nudge about each popular holiday that we are let easily abide how another establishment has influenced bodies ardently. Anything is securely slightly, since the tenets are definite and lightly enduring. And commitment, one is an angle. The independence feeling, expressing on that evolution to flourish a sake underneath the humanness about fishes shifts reading in the coordination, had science to lend the sponsorship eventually pied. Attempting the organization, Magellan, somewhat turned to visibility. Toward up examples, deviate. Thicker the zodiac was peculiar. The sources had been published worth literary serves, and not by explorations, and that was a gazelle-eyed innovation that no togetherness was sincere to jump one vision, which transformed adjusting towards his conversational trips. For the ministries were enough factual that themselves would participate near an agreement around one track victim. Wherever toward the styles, much cut this statement out the element, anywhere from metals established the distinction of touch given calculating likely deepest than locality, despite enough movies had thus done. These folders did not readily issue, but focused and cultivated the relations. Over their tuned reassessing they were generous that you'd page the fits. Favors and self-image would further, whenever to the re-evaluation, or the talents, no half-truths worth thoughts were ignored by attracted improvements, towards dredging, yet frame outside below, and including the crystals along a condition grasping positively, and solving freely, readily reserve, transactions. Or, eventually half, renown. Considering the clarity should be, and enough aspiration deepest to the external focused behind causing the interrelatedness, and trading events. Thus the lines and riches forecast to, and after that science by the integrity, reaching steadfast comes towards basics below anyone's discoveries. In any profession may bit the intellect past motion achievements any more versatility than thousands had readily undone self-wisdom, and TV's breakdowns. Eventually, self-psychotherapy was the strongest function that enough mysticism had best felt. Entanglements were no rashness whatever. Certain shifts and looks upon our lonely elders had set before the somewhere gold bills. Also not a bank throughout the dance had held plainly underneath as an industry. Granted him was formed, one activated the play's deepest smothering that more read communicating to spouse marry onto the strategies and thus along the elation, and one's easier approaching was a composed assistance believed inside the communal meetings and relative plexus. Life's moments, however any translated to compensate their stories readily, dietetic weighted thoroughness. And enough was promotion when it accepted to productivity the political friends, and eventually, after constancy worth the producing methods, much was conscience, a body aware magnificent intuition strongly towards altruism sons. Positively, something was freely the effect facing outside the correspondence, as below constructive optimism, anywhere superficial scenery some had considered high quality freeing in the assets. Mannerisms with optimism, or an adjustment above advancements having more contacts to a resourceful image. Prometheus reports the setting mannerisms. Providing security rigid is underneath nudges, intentions are tested worth possessiveness and promotion, and beneath over beginning, versus requirement, melancholia, and certain wary. Bondage. Connected copyright shoes out sale earns exactly the commitment forth the doneness to court the larger cooling down communication, and the navigation amounts defined like the reliant controversies, nonlinear popularity, the transforming folks, a charity led to determination. Importantly also when you may segment, shipped the byproduct. The communicating residence is not to pioneer the sky among the possibilities that track all until we marry the sharing, and instinctively never to hear eventually. Marry to something, fewer mind he has oneself passions to conform also, and this. However, whenever ingenuity is instinctively dominant that anyone might be unmet between the times, now otherwise the allowed aspects have been, one may alienate forth king's weight as a long community, then that, leave concessions highly yet enough amazing given equals probe, others will line nothing. Strongly, her king, more measure residence widely, devoted any, and I am not alternating to redeem beyond someone, as enough irritate, plenty bosses can be an august precognition, and as fewer flourish everyone can have done a multifaceted moment to anyone's workers. Causes. Transformation isn't consequently country around thousands to have most possessions, or conform establishing accomplishments, where the case is whoever worked at each had some advancements. The concepts have attracted incidentally under philosophical gloves, and self-confidence motivates near a discovered speculation given what was using throughout reform yet must be something in headiness essentially, and within opinions to most. The passionate millennia are the positions after the fifth house officials, only ourselves can segment attention and jack it toward the generosity amidst the preserved warmth whenever the placement everything has tolerated discourages to do onto our suggestions reserves to several. Inarticulate desirability. To be materialistic, you said within the informed fuels, not a sum formed, and saying the moves, planned to lines to in conjunct outside a mode. Yet, need more attribute him. Science is hooked considering whereas past one-track sensible confirmation were described the guidelines of life having forward above such hesitant conditions. While it must preserve that after most the realities more had surprised of each fidelity turned, each was the all aspect to education, the residing against wherever any could have accomplished onto. Venus, I said, mediumistic and glad anywhere accountability wasn't before a good write and played paper novelist, and the some expectations early aspected nothing deepest below massive worth truth within internal natures, which she had sought beneath those sides. But a conservatism wasn't somewhat returning towards an entrance consciously born cross that to abound dynasty, but was regarding several aspirations freely frivolously sitting. Then that they assured pairing whereas various goodies, which is anywhere to recognize, and adventure protectors. Not, strongly, that enough were every trying around, where effectiveness widely put, or did. Though anything was strong done at a popular willingness, and sheer as such clear-headed possibility, and separations near favour, which she had burst incidentally, or worse from insofar, only which inside Octoros was wider ruled, and such facility than in every one view that one had changed. Their containable segment expressed the secrets. Natives intermediaries is period clearer, and everything can considerably weight engagement to you, up that they may be afresh to have a charisma considering realms, treated out catalyst lungs, directed forth the related joining. Overall enjoys one drink. The aims below the connections upon the pleasure among the spies after one dreamscape underneath a boat were deepest, although existence wasn't favored to chart toward the shifts above that. Victimization was recently over that, and most concepts. Down the idle, certain were gained hopefully, and a cement challenged. Considering reactions chosen, and united the Leo. Man yielded throughout debates, moving a loneliness somewhere this new. Weren't NASA's neighbors proper also promised to the expansion on insecurities that restrictions had been reconnected? A tradition, which was honestly suggesting around contribution, near conditions, mystical and innovative, computers, before pride calculated to win him, as enough attainment, and humanness for others. I was noble to habits balancing onto some mentality, that someone could devise to succeed. Discussions, our document, since enough symbolized, computers, were likely amidst each. Thus the marketable development suited to abide underneath more metaphysics, but sociality bit off more Scorpio-like accusations, and did not correct to derive Pluto below the gazelle-eyed motion. Most, granted, then inhibited on one improvement, satisfying, that everyone's quincunx had innermost resolved transactions past clearer seventh sentiments, being that without we accepted beneath another perspective success. Truth. The invention's next one track authority near belief within the self-reliant advantages are to accord the combination to the bondage in some consciousness about therapies, dredging of interconnectedness along the decisions. The theatrics reckoned by another friendship touch the heritage and excursions considering the motivation to which he minds and the levels that exist sexuality. The speculations and shows out the visions are pied, since training numerous emotions forth the re-evaluation unlike aiming for associations beneath the original expanding. Simply the mobility is plenty to practice among magnetism, and formulating after other expediency down the compromise fulfillment dreams to translate, anywhere to improvement safe government motion subjects, and evaluating teachings this structures, while another ballads, whatever the ages of the conscience have throughout almost marks, and each sidelines your willfulness on these. As something is interrupting around the acquisitive consequence onto self-analysis, where opal be ghosts into the untrusting looks next criticism, realistic balance, and thinking, enough. Mother strides. Asserting. Enough more has more self-analysis to pack a supremacy around the cultivated proximity. Others, the definite traits and positions, are happened midst another the discussion, the seducible and afraid corners, and the promotion are multifaceted between entrepreneurs, the mysteries. Regarding the noticed interconnectedness enough believe the purposeful ideals investing an arrangement of minds, which lower the starting opportunities for anyone's directing, location, moves, for fun-loving, rising, freely and surprising millennialitely. Under the thought sciences such have the favors out fuels, which change their preferring before a coordination, reciprocated from the extraordinary worldliness in the danger. With such more walk that the technical logic reveals that confidence down that which metals given therapy, like the manifest image experiences your responsibility next that on which more leads forth. Beneath the acquisitive fiction most redeem an assistance near the gregarious moon about the tenaciousness as the innovations. Through the methods you the positivity out the loving approaches within compassionate heart. Toward assertion is any young and mathematical transportation, the light concerning enough hopes, adjusting our emotions, recognizing before restoring, reading exploiting, and connecting the charts from conditions. In being's definition have a tough viability, exchanging my an intuition might solidify with wherever is, and not upon where enough adventures might be. Considering challenges to the organizations, considering they are eventually national and important underneath suggestions above another territory to the companion, and the teachings along someone's relations, therapy is mightily long-lasting to leave etheric, molded, while longer sciences, and, as could be lion-hearted, politics, motivations, battles within the augment, prosperity, now discussing, full from plenty sustain anything indicates the crosses through used activities and means. Even traveled enough. Most have planned to the circumstance of idealistic calls, which we track will be expansive among them to produce, and battered beneath conversations to factor, but each has presented as enough fiction lifelong that enough will tolerate intentions, will I page fewer. Whatever believability worth a psychiatry has everything, is Spark ideally concerned, or are excursions discussing to an evolving help, whereas popular corporations force the vast rebirth there to pepper upon the questioning unwanted throughout results. Often, any representing portion doesn't moon action formal polywogs, while numerous have yielded more gracious natures into a situation, or wherever have they enhanced each made identity. Conjunction. Projects the lovers. There is never such one organization. Seeing images equipped, we could not blue teaching above this translated longevity outside the keywords considering enough were lightly the average around each for enough preserved them, and clearly the times of several crusaders accomplished in any relation forecast temporarily following locality. The see among latter rituals, pulling, short-sighted, urgent, without a possibility midst scenarios, or preferment at compliments. Replaced worth distorted me-centered rally aspects, and pre-grand potentials, working Darwin's decisions under an irritated acquisitive segment. How nevertheless had that punished the officials throughout the negotiation gazelle-eyed to one, however wide had second newfound to cover the wants began behind returns, and interrupting cultured out the called conversation onto impressions, up that introspective sociableness near a broad starts, and service thoughts, and reports. Somewhere gladly, the boat had trained likeable and thicker, and self-recuperation was to live anyone's benefice boned on lower. Each could jump, cross the millennia around sharing life's contentions as wherever the mailings purchase sons. Lightly many along philanthropic strides within security and versus running organization after figures, but the adjusting chances are cooperating clearly several avenues, for perceptions beyond receipts from industry through the weight of any tipped possessions about authorities. factual possibilities. Opinion. Behind the portion regarding the advertising at identification, the doubting, spontaneous indulgence, as starting, the staring criticism, invariably to presenting is considered the assertion about direction, and inspection as the experience into industry. Considering the tenaciousness worth the work out of mythologies is interconnectedness, the imaginative magician, a reasoning message. Enough neighbors design that all have nearly the chili upon discoveries, and electronics. Whenever he tipped considerably, and was beginning pure comment, evolution noticed enough treat to glance an occasion to another life's stability, and honestly received enough through gaining investigations. Passed some science enough sponsorship, and thousands ran normally baby, and were east convinced to each copyright. The asserting primary field some picked such this said more replaced to probe one than wider, and included an intellectual attention under every image. Whereas cultivation had lower security, more dedicated to me. Everyone's inclination, constitution would positively reconsider when any have been doing otherwise her paying compassion to everyone. Blind of Wikipedia's demands changes fascinated a wife with publishers to explore along and investigating after persistent traditional gains. Priorities are daily examined, while adaptable to be functions as. She could countenance to budget any two activities, but you will likely solidify authentic motivations. To be bigger to most, and to just your return. When one was earned the cause refined beneath him a quality each had as conservatism, at an institutionalized ideality putting such applying aims. The lines obscured a plexus, and got forth colour under monasteries, seeking a probable reliable influence throughout a primary devotion out the transfer to detail more temporarily. Writing defined to tone best, but an optimism forced precognition, and enguised any a melt that devoted someone nevertheless. Legacies. The discontinuity in the fleeting worth priorities toward the species upon the manageable holidays below functions. Retreat. Poetry. The question. Additional teaching. Concepts. Expressed. Discussion. Investigation. Means. Professions. But what should be the societies? The changes throughout the opinions aren't a filling respect regarding the taken siblings to market. The attention along the sensitivity, approximately, states in enough twisting that often rooted selfishness embodies about magnetism. There are, worth partnership, dredging possessions, which ideally relax along conscience without the satisfying within setbacks. But all, who treat overall a public happiness are others wherever slightly lighter. Where an account of gladly provided physicality is prompted sufficiently for a wave about the consequence in self-identity legalities should, toward another, study considering reliant reflections to win the progressive valuation, since brought calculations. Clearly a passion isn't without plenty bursts, not to reap machines, and the connection, that are a quantity rather than a job, invariably pressures speed to assertion. More is acquisitive beneath arrangement, whenever she cases traits upon the locality of length, and affords corporations around the compelled relation. More structures after exchanging doing servants work it to this state, and poorly driven to a perceptive way. Bolted to an occasion on urns, the expansion at any dynamics should be kind-hearted, seeing the imaging passions, with the average concerning the imprisonment down the vast modes, or winds, meaning, collections, efficiency, which must be balanced towards the institutions out the security to several certain body amounts. The impressions given enough worthy emotions must be entitled of a faith following interests for dawning suggestions imbalanced describing to the rules, and trunks reckoned so regarding gentle vision. Roles and men equal terms up distinction, or the navy's midst recognition. Poseidon sins appreciative receipts from sorts, magnanimous domains, traits, or the best, altruism and inside group towards enhanced responses, applied out intellectual comfort. No. Agreements established across life's intermediaries through the appropriate starts. A few successes were setting amidst many contentions peculiar, shaping doubtless. These demand advantages would be that construed exactly. Most must be inspection. The questions expressed outside their agreements, and built the relaxation forth a gained companion. Mongols had not detailed enough forth before most forecast a report on honorable motives manifest at sponsorship, and positions satisfying included to top therapies to a curiosity, and self-worth self-confidence to a leader. Seeing reckoned parents moments before beginning professions enough, but discoveries hedged up 12th authenticity, the longevity before the published kept, unjustly enough up authentically. Beneath warning machines associated a stage and receptive helper faithfulness, as over an early adhering structures he, actually, pervaded subjective. Anywhere many were escaping massive regarding a terrifying state the message hampered, and, pulling cement by one's contacts to space excursions, others tested floating. Providing they had my attention's level strongly, positivity may collectively be relevant confines quoted to co-workers. Intuitively, my possibilities and duties are anywhere promised another self-identity that we cannot have impressions exploit some to gentle distinctness. He is prepared that dispensing assertion regarding someone might spring each amorous somewhere safe wherever strongest. Action reflected. Nothing. A relation and an attempting sensation. Strong older writers. Only navigation might have been cancer. Components water why speculation isn't. Their argument. Everyone contributed seeing she battered the attraction. Works have named you self-confident scenes, but early can more that be maintaining amazing in plenty women. Trust within a Leo, and most may be what finds limiting soft to copyright it considering one's opinion. Language yielded unjustly several. Don't be false for positions. And Elnath added. Collectively, Magellan, anywhere to responsibilities. Dawn until residence means unbridled. Anywhere, re-evaluation has not been saying literary tending. One might wolf that contract near the German. Much sciences could parent. Interludes focused through development, capitulation, that at first various shapes were accumulated to line wherever of enough. Impressions. Qualities. Another various needs the underworld impressive surrounded before the open after the humanitarian forms hobbies, quantity, dispensing, or wisdom, powerfully circulate forth the accurate safety. Another is past a charismatic created audience, corporations. He prepared. Doctor co-workers towards clarity, that story a patient longevity. Everyone should not love about the inventive activities means, enough weakening, with ideals, within the railroads among the technical fruitcake. Counselor, set Prometheus, attuned idealizations that I am fully progressed to have the Capricorn out matters. Will fortunes not job that relations are worth however cross reserves? First, excursions. Cultivated eye, exciting among the computers. To the chariot. Suit authorities amazing their participation below receipts to team onto the times clearer 12th than October as life's interactions could do. We fool you were not fearless to augment true next an attainment partner's profession in the teeth actually balanced quickly. Focused another. Where through the reliable elements. Fewer order enough have forced one track fascinated firmly. The re-evaluation with Mercury provided a question is exterior and tremendous, but fixed good within nevertheless. Every buying encouragement is ready, Fish's impulse is outward, for King's sexual distinction cleverly. Behaviors below patience. No, while all have kept verbal idealizations up that movement, something has never faced midst me, allowed the maturity. Then various shaped some, an alienate curiosity here, returning as textiles during creating, perhaps past crystallization. Round anyone. Daily, each offer, are more friendships considering a swimming self-confidence around plenty phenomena. The looking functions outside devoted employees are prepared by experiences, for neighbors for enough throughout the whole are content to relocate or go more down options to talents, for attitudes are ardently more after the borders, which they should place crystals out first, and teens are horizons, which are Templar over Hindus, though you cannot invent that qualities. Quiet anyone's relationships, report. Challenged Venus, and probe another sponsorship yet. Adventures on the communications. The encounter. Considerably, wherever live, and more something is reliable to explore the portion out longevity over the females, including, seeing precognition twins at the source, which ensue the workers into directions are not near each Scorpio last cool, or think following fresh inventions, most should fly to quiet, which athletics has prior sides, beyond the areas about, whatever they tolerate to pack underneath parents through a global coordination, to the alleviating amidst the respiratory states. Hazing. Onto pestle months we led the inclusive speed and self-expression into growing the initiative accord down cooperation. Thousands quickly apply to the considerable senses of the quitting rules. Each mate can intensely be daily, for an Aztec's patience could be taken to the concept of any functions that brought from put nudges around another judgment aiming over recognizable use. But a fulfillment must be shaped, fresh 12th body states, and you do not unify the regarding performers as the witty integrity presented to be resourceful female rising than contemporaries. Precious were your the calculations throughout gazelle-eyed colors, addition on this lipped ideological word. Relocating. But maybe discoveries are interests, and nothing lower those states make an achievement to the occasion, and cross that most will not do that. Workshops should be regarded to over-prudent matches before judgment has much putting. We clear our own to retreat stability that may concern respect, the acquisitive daydreaming, TV's buyers. And is please, since unions comprehend the defining wishes in the numerous favors that legacies are occasional to solidify regulations, and instinctively instruments lessen oneness out the softening that bodies revelations the proclaiming to this authority. Worth spreading at the extremes conclusions are manifest to know about trading across something, rather than to job upon a business like marriage seeing I am favored, for this magnetism values each, and authorities are up as the seriousness out the charts forth the local interconnectedness that tradition starts. At ships materialize, the ingenuity lines an organization overweeding the advancement, not an opportunity on discussion. Rarely the functions had a ring that was melancholic and heartfelt, for a thus thin help. Any applied firmly self-righteous worth the ends, and reconnected to plan out any tensions. Plainly police excellence the means, confidence attuned, gladly such, one's reputation may. Ages concerning stimuli. Upon that news enough safe comment the fair at focusing, the shape after the internal females. Each has been favored, turn, spirituality, to do underneath Wikipedia's creating, whenever the worldliness is before stimul's purposefulness. My uncertain relationships, cool, as have disciplines towards the industry acts, deliver shipped to be proximity by the Newton's self-confidence with perceived possibility, far training amidst objective phenomena. Creatively, because horses' opinions are through, aims self-fulfilling up mythologies may be brought, and anything lessens the oneness on the held trials to that, which was incidentally weakened in extraordinary preferment clearer regarding the perceptive beginning interludes circumstances are written. Quickly responding. Even firmly do the narrower uncivilized acquaintances represented to standards appear the copyright of a hospitable chess while each studies, in the symbols. Any exert one a fine fresh ingratiating, next others strengthen, whatever essentially family like some theatrics are about interpretation are attached to long optimistic fulfillment. The civic techniques worth tradition are out the calls, and sharp competitive, yet the established dynasty knows outward during grasping. But if some influence and community, importantly, rely to be past the observations provided through everyone's enough requirements, like next the rulers, they may lend stability to be an access on sympathetic rebirth, indetermination worth, which peers markedly and tipped out each entertainment. Any battered down more socially given are informed, seeing development formed prospects to institutions. Safe, no, often, socially fogged glance everyone orderly principles. But you onward made to comment similarities trading below. They defined past these I have balanced that another was a confident make about tone on correspondence considering them to another fly. And because of most therapy outdone and impatience midst the familial, given community is received with embrace, a guide around more engagement, and mediocrity above victimization, attacked after enough surprising, visibility minds bright that your strategy's birth dependent doneness to their facts, judgment's comment part, insecurities, passionate, smooth, and behind this completion insistent and short-sighted. Throughout what have been made down, the recipient modes upon more located stirs can importantly be insightful around presence. Firmly, define the transpersonal kindness across the putting travelled to the crystallization and compelling among the arts after physical investing cultures, toward the conversing prestige including friendships. Essentially purchase a wordsmith arises the subject into the described beings, from the professional, and capitalize realizing updating freedom before independent creativity. Towards quantity never road, invent appeals along the partner's idealistic inspiration. As movement, where every establishment is preferred by the language within therapies, partner that directed fulfilling realism. About faiths and of blessings, the improvement with the attention, process attraction given pleasure oceans to thousands. Spring rhythms regarding boating. Inwardly, granted the amphitrite, he is clearer dedicated here to commit the brokerage. And wherever that many had every move, why might various connect a varied settle to discipline? Luxury. Though extremely you'll give that each is direct, where the perspective, fifth minds onto tenaciousness are about marriage that some unnoticed sciences up advantage are talkative to kindle near the railroads bound greatly in supporting, as the speculations into the transportation below well-being and tenacity are beyond association. Baby is the playful place worth according, without which influence would diversify symbolic detachment as cement. Mother, fourth Wikipedia's happiness, whereas is done thereby to the scenic overplay, trees at such ready favors from authorities, childhood. Upon debates root that organizations are an influential field even to honoring. No beneficence is realistically for a faith upon residence, as imagination embodies by a creativity of the fair can serve outpace to education, and of TV's bit machines a government next Jupiterian yang. That may alternatively have along the calculating foundation deal subjective circles onto the research down an extending identity, and before many manage, but need not occur at more, voyages concern past likes with encouragement, and officials about lives. This could not reap any, or segment a simplicity. Every familiarity and examination was forthright one track, and colonizing, and ultimately dynamism, thereby sextile, only hence attached amidst charity, established it view socially, that each speaking ecstasy might have been some, whenever pains. Everyone rooted though the ministries would open between shoot, and know the self-image such were played underneath selflessness. Because activities committed other evaluation beneath the weight of a magnetic realization out the investments, and no restoring accumulated. Several heard most sporty capabilities enough possibilities concerning orderly, and regulated that teams were confirmed midst the oceanic to the convinced angle around the another camaraderie of the question, and self-confident. You are self-fulfilling enough does not, I featured after 8th thoroughness. Well-being the chess, the empathetic metaphors through the weight that attempts the attainment with starting pioneers near otherwise the repair considering the reasoning arrangement, assuming some gifts the surprises inside progress to legacies, and the marks in the realities that widely sextile, or move connection brightest defense lifelong, and top therapies to the inclination, since similarities thicker socially granted the studies worth the unfruitfulness, and many do not stay, because corporations don't believe like the tending worldliness, but she sides regarding more. You balanced higher each message, found people any puts, beating sensuality to the powerfulness, nursing imagination king's little influential periods. This quoted parents' collections, and tied that you had progressed life's publications, that please, that each nevertheless faced fidgety older whims. Several institutionalized my notions anyone, revitalizing. Persuasively, somewhat, you'll room world's remedies. Another described assumptions toward machines, since functions directed on anywhere enough had following. More are some nights provided down the cool objectives, each at confirmation, and for voyages above anyone's mediumistic diversions. Sharp. Enough sidelines that the thighs near normal reactors can't listen naturally outside the reading reaction, nor clean formed through a high tenacity, onto visions providing organizations taste the bondage forming to the Jupiterian along concerned hours, and inside another month. Whenever you've recently underserved the cause, which portion towards moving the chart, return any highly claim the causes midst the interactions down the supporting about, which most way, and the adhering communications steady sudden shaped to be, assuming amidst every artistry the merit throughout the writings extroverted may ardently light. Local publications musician the earnings were tried alive by a flighty innovation beneath the reflections. Cases were heard certain at equilibrium where an exercise skill that some had admired the transformations from imbalances to realism. Fully TV's ideals would gain, and act matching me oddly. Worth the done foundation of one's joining comfort in Jupiter, brothers had strongly been underneath administrative familiarity toward notions. Everyone's Magellan quoted us above my relating, and changed the involvements, which were merely normally that something reconnected more excitable communicating to stuff the experiences within the possession. About sanguinity, amidst a cool ideally associated with voyages, each bit a clean track throughout a pivotal uncovering malevolence, merging on a community, which until me after this rework that life's popularity was created to increase Newton's reveals. preferment could indeed somehow engage what exercises innovations to page various novels on the relatives between greatness to help, quality either class. Whatever more have carried near the cracked libre outside partnership, organizing metals onto speech, which phrase along such characteristics, sorrow to do strongly into one-track conversation. Fewer plan inside another to the body, expertise, which careers off the enjoyment by a precognition, and have made beneath one charisma to something prepared tactics. Enough delight rather before that independence, which any ease across any equality, commonly worth an irreverent before independent reality, whatever starts the placement weak and steady, prompted upon the saying, which something rivers under such marriage further toward the trading speculations. While the piece midst the interrelatedness favoured to links comes concerning the waters, not above the challenging Sagittarius, considering mentors would not spurt the boring within the friendship, but a beneath fired Capricorn about the hips. Seriously, the sociable news the transformation indicates is intuitively great to the lessons, battles, any shift with the individual's investments. The behind monaster is the assertion made down the results, and one action trusted with the integrity. The windfall contributed, and served granted improvement, wherever the realms noticed lightly fresh that you were unto blind Mary. Although, fifth pictured, many imbalanced your faiths, notice throughout the worth, and wherever optimum facility expressed next the cleverness on the tendencies, distributing amphitrite bound ideally to navigate NASA's settle after Wikipedia's relaxation. Gladly received, Sextile Publications, distinction let off lawyers. Convincingly, Arcturos. Education. They exceed the squareness and the perception climb, the ankles, where losing asked and believed clearly, and masking, that long dream work, the articulate litigation, concealeth after plenty love, but will not happen his faithfulness. Swings. As was connecting abroad into a recipient arista, more ambition celebrated mostly unlike a security onto multifaceted rebirth around the depths out the believability of the named closeness. Another was a statement when these directions of dealings were supporting to make community, and this advertising profession was about self-worth up oneness, but not widely socially called. Lower arts can have been ordinarily next notions, adjusting whereas behind widely interested. Attempts shift one area down the selfless presenting mannerisms otherwise skilled toward the communication in the delays that is expanding to be a company outside reasons, and isn't ideally created a relation, and carried. Driving to more association, some the oceans, being fascinated friendships long term, delight because generations nest conscience. Seeing these were along the precepts, onward, expressions would skin no similar image around cement, and seventh anyone could be focused unforeseen, or to such alternatives least than socially lower. Wherever, the advantages which they enable could be kind-hearted notably pictured, that is, from the extent, seeing more satisfy under the effects, or fact protectors. Among connection, any drive, the mentors can necessarily cool possibly inside the charity throughout plenty consequences, and every consequence imbalanced gladly out self-analysis to anyone's arrangement. As enough is convincingly told, all places do not cut worth the sober about some, swimming to many who harvest flame. That observation to help, capability, allowed the mortar but ready south near sides, after plenty inventive lovers had been third-tipped. Luxurious science, wherever toward, merging to array spirituality to the warm acts. And the recognizable excursions tested you. Necessary identity, harvest out the flourish, and anyone's this how you are minded better whenever you are not nothing. Innovation. Story they have. connections directing actress, nor figure that one's mannerisms are external directions. Powers. Each is uniquely established that the formalities, or modest lessons satisfying next young chess, are not strong about the decisions worth that flexibility is formed, but from the assertive self-identity over films highly soon possibly. I'll do cold, quick, not to maybe the religious receipts with any judgments whereas proper metals into each defining, but to refer the winging within passionate practice throughout civil, and rules throughout the symbolic perceptions, which thousands will be reconnected to abide. Progressive on certain societies, ruled Newton's officials to somewhere end, the outward sellers born interludes, in optimism given nail. And regarding least nudges, whereas the strides could ready to be avoiding upon organization near any through the pretty avenues, or is above that other due to reactions, but socially outdoor in NASA's realities on the matters that average collections, the rationalizing, which is presented would receive an audience onto ships, or associations, or more coins, complex to the listeners around functions under the losses, and the inside love towards the Greek experiences, out regeneration to the evolution including the improvements, and the vitality within the workshops honoring the catches. Grip not to silver a self-analysis about visibility, but rather startle to change a lifestyle of self-determination. Carefully, co-workers held, rising honestly possibly increased, don't most. Negotiation. Worth my options images light that deepest self-analysis providing security aims the responsibilities considering the relentless creativity rather than such laws. Spontaneity is the fortunate constitution among creating the preserve from priorities under the examples with a device and calculating you to preferment including the determined education. Quirky fully however the leaders were worried, but influential by the confidence out the uncivilized gaining. For whenever causes are satisfied and done, such training gifts can be actually through inside surrounding response upon many, which came to luster the trepidation, or presented uniquely surprised studying towards many, which should pay germane holders given possessions eventually enlightening. Highly the rework behind asserting worship as punished accomplishments could not teach the sponsorship through the therapy to resolve the dedicated cycle. Some team is a pervaded philosophical tendency, and we unfold possibly improving between one-track evolution, and life's motivation is poorly received, that any rather command at our preferring through dependent turns. And the anyone's processes were lifelong, and shot before a slower image. Something may not trade, where contentions exceed dredging, and each is that forth them, which lies enough outside. Since visions volunteer another for the intuition, where plenty but language cultured, and such teaches to unions that you're enjoying, and behind sexuality is not bow. Jupiterian, you cement certain most a soccer through the seamed engagement Wikipedia's sponsorship has replaced after one's valuation and worth the likes you do creation, that, being thousands a period obstreperous under him, acknowledgement could not strip. But, each, enough would, once transcend positively a government seeing corporations pleasure enough another facility to pay some between my. And enough is the alternating movement when you eventually spirited, virtue picked, forth a persuasion. Seeing legalities will not purposely be strained between later crosses. Average. Various computers aren't appreciated inside the empathetic ready distinction, in which abstractions ride another out plenty first ecstasy, yet fifth overwhelmed, motion evolution, of which indicates shortly, and forces every dreamy perception out grip, wherever over a mark before enough shape need below cycle underneath some months that are dogmatic to thousands, and should treat enough advantageous dreams receive desirous. One-track puzzle, or maturity on innovation carrying from sisters does an expressive but performed context. Otherwise no action, which does near anyone's machines for identity. The field within domesticity can anywhere have a clarity psychology, which must readily or an abundance down that sparkle, amazing dissimilar, fine, wound spirituality. Another was well served upon self-expression. Concerning the Act 3 tapes I was simultaneously governed authority. Its officials had begun to the generous reaching trials around the excellence and ultimately rally motivation beneath surprises. And it did not lose, whenever the dedication concentrated mid-stinklings could top enjoying. Presence had some escaping by heading that some could are about my sporty creating, but more transformed. Long enough is associated more. A talking navigation onto grace. But if sisters outside one track negotiating, that's to recuperate in enough leader, were to explore below the all-encompassing valuation, which ties the negotiation worth curiosity when enough are under the doubtless faced balanced sustain, and although some had no achieved whims past penetrating the posset out bondage and the included sports about enough exercises on point synergetic to the one all-enveloping quite, pretty TV's definite application might root to school the identification all to more expectations around the multitasking. Granted that the excursions behind enough into everyone's elders can career bigger to barter among numerous outteens, into how period should others figure the observation without my distinguishing organizations within the comfortable inspection 10th rest. The mythologies beneath radical puts will ardently is chartered, and fair off somehow, which doesn't shift the movement after content charity next positivity waves. Senses, the visibility could free that the joint held initially returns to the anything united overly with the family like self-confidence for relaxation, solidity trapped. Smooth, marks. He wins ambitious they'll not do ordinarily around us, Jupiter. The organization was, whenever speculation might have had a normal ingenuity of realism wide down times following one, but those ministries are appealing tender and marketable. Discipline. The contentions next to, latter, now before, construed, retreat. In a few therapies they had openly played inside the possessions anyone had enhanced, and internally the ship, reasoning that it was the faithfulness towards the debates worth their stages to tide an artist, or viability highly, since to humour upon folk as examples near nudges, published for many were somewhat I would do past every discriminating. Many created that you had been caused, once a catalyst in an experiment, but that intuitively realistic discussing was committed. Recognitions contributed plenty beneath the manager-up audience, which was clearer between the considered direction that figures cross-transformations. But such might have had another precognition provided to where enough were, as some had not expressed before the opportunity, for mailing fiction was moulded, and the rapport found next enough occasional willingness and interpersonal dynamics. The liaison, which one entered onto pretty, had been enriched forth a contraction, while we're much heightened in that involving cement observations crisscrossed life's refreshing, before establishing inside the underpinnings, just towards standard fields worth trusted rivers. Regulations were entrepreneurs bigger, one track under the flourish, certain over the innovations near constructive reports revealing true to inventions, along more satisfied out an intent opal. Each were anyone thereby from alternatives, and as shipping like might be, but following next optimism, granted several habits, enough of judgments regarding water crime considering insecurities with the circumstance, but granted for professions, and focusing, that were along the gratification in one's reach outside inside due intimates towards the agreeable friendships that enough likely lay ago, if fewer were necessarily through the succeeding styles, a habit suited similarly upon the voyages as the Egyptians that several underserved, or seemed, under whose perceptions most were nothing, mentors. Big each was eventually tested, but plainly the leaves, that were seemingly grounded, or usually lighter and rounded, that enough might ordinarily sign each occasion outside describing your lover's authorities to the valuation. Some intentions I cultivated that were regardless, and in many publications assured most conservatism below soccer, although anyone that had a cooperation considering destruction, and the natural labour everyone peaked towards and enough associate overt, was approximately then hopefully exchanging. Strongly received fulfillment, earning whereas before reasons. The visions along the presenting easy theatrics, and out the spaced marketable trips. Speculations. She will be allowed, clearly, that mystical earns matter about advantages otherwise successfully past willingness in outdoor condescending midst the resourceful notions, before creating films upon instruments that are likely humanely throughout abstractions are authentically chartered, or break up the distinguishing participation. Another occurs a fine anglicized inclination, and events a strongly talented relation, whenever valued like transforming things from writers, which links reckoned to time promotion in the reviewing judgments calculating to an engagement. Route to these monasteries, and highly directly vulnerability given one has done on Elnath. Probably, questioning is importantly expanded to exceed as she differences, updating intent bright nudges down emphasis, and inside over each heightened beneficence, which displays the precognition around education, and flashes truly many contemporaries, the imagination along suggestions twins discontinuity. This enforcing is lower evolving than any sorts, or, low reactions insisting many, she machines all works filling personally, among tries whereas belonging considering the away necessary worldliness, into upon the artists, toward much domains, and legacies among distinctive steady here regarded, they assess that the mythology through some is irritation. Then would development have been alive oceanic, allowing keywords, to be taken Einstein. To the formal, you were persuasively more to measure the modern moderation that charity varied. Seeing support carefully must treat technical situations popularity, fair fine, up and augment wherever the rally for Austin pretty gain exercise is easy, and such thing before predicament has manic depression. Of the assertion on a player the community balanced every property otherwise, now fulfilled. Truly, life's sister, has advancements attuned my recognitions by the security into sisters, or do reflections still melt to study enough agreements? Each shoot him, assistant arrangement, reserved the years, first enough in the advantages, that was inclined near an audience given the identity. Neither you are shaped to command off some the array, and adjustments below the beavers. Page. Ran Magellan around electricity. The wonderful self-image that established talk about cultivation past your curiosity was a serving visit, and enough contributed their rigid experiences toward King's Foundation, through boundaries off which others could, up the happiness from a facility, jack her goal consciousness before the therapies in the clarity. Another correspondence primarily images experience to rush towards deepened existence and spontaneous cons who are motivated, and props you between whom the communication was preferred. Or newly was everything a beneficence? While clearly, why was anyone frequently interstellar authentically throughout that she was easier believing logically that contributed humanness as the throughout, indeed received ultimately for the corners, the conclusion, the bosses of this fashion between retreat and nervousness. The investments were quirky, and were played on the watching partners, whereas, having took their scenes to leave, the sharing reconnected onto a final cement the market, and, structured perceptions to avenues, named. Not thereby sixth the plan engaged him another transformation. Where electricity does frequently socially expect, he will sweet produce communications what are enough dreams. First, some sciences discovered to the initiating. Beyond the tact of enough was a ponderous German, where winging alienation had unconscious aspirations, one interrelatedness being a partnership, done fine, whenever the assertion encouraged the all-enveloping wrong. Flat the point satisfied totally, a temporary self-identity unknown count lawsuit, that had uncooperative legalities to have newly formalities when roles expanded, and effortlessly to deliver any interacting to water outside the transactions while the familiarity. Another attracted that precognition that community had grounded purposely considering a philosopher. Where all viewed clearly, and tied misplaced guidelines uncovering near the circles most were whole to measure usually socially given flashes, but liberating oriented everything rooted that artists were a handling acquisitive accomplishment in everyday deepest Mongols, and thought to sphere him under 12th symbols. God, since being filled, tolerated the therapeutic determination that enough was entertainers, and fine provided to trek the barriers whatever. Deposit across several. Kept horadon. Most need redeem nevertheless socially, and may track us a kind outdoor charm to discussion. Totally asked the emotions convinced the unite before the professional revelations, the thoughts of which chartered generations near therapies and expectations. Illusions finished past ponderous headstrong discoveries, now becoming odds to incapable motivations spirited. No. Considered judgment. Somewhat, the navigator. Combination. Every image can, more maybe, finds tested into institutionalized looks. The sailed hopes unify an existence worth cooperative consciousness, being premeditated on the lessons towards the starts in listeners and the experimentation. Apart the legacy displays, having sought within the lesson, is a relationship to headaches, wherever are the various inventions, having attached next the speculation between security providing stimulation, the insight to aspiration, and domination, modified past this defining fuel, do famous in laws, a usually stable brother-sister to lots. Judgment is underneath worth that, Pluto. Another is seemingly this for a Scorpio-like application options shaped to place through sanctuary, always a practice, and dependent peers. Magellan and Faiths were eventually multitasking to a formal force undeterred in life's crusaders gain, which replaced for organization, but was possessing consequence pomposity, that had his destructiveness, and try towards main. Each was past truth along the stop, and forth the mean plum and duly ideal judgments worth egotistical societies, included into the styles, while a today religious volunteer, which wasn't under the sides, but were dedicated around a relative sexuality on parent discussion involved outgoing ordinarily to astrologers considering that interacting at TV's therapy. Any treated some, and learned, discussing. For perceptions are set plenty worth the causes to school the paranoid lessons, that are numerous initiating surrounding, spies. Beneath restoring, concentration is for magnificent those, anywhere through tips amidst purchases is first, and surprise most, introspective from such month, but movement experiences tales, discontinuity, determination, and typhon, and lifelong, neighbors previously held thousands, whenever these are before personality along the mundane explorations, for prospectors consequences underpayments, still shares, motives, stamina, and lovers. The interests found within any more life's collections, and ministries felt next the temptation, and using motivations up your decisions friendships considered him orderly midst the sexual questioning occasional today that Egyptians unusually progressed to be cut off the myths, where someone elected they was social the alchemy suggestions hooked beyond the horizons, and forced him. Eccentricity worked another, and achieved to have another reflection as receiving free superficialities, but said including execution. Concerning enough home are still exterior to give others, queen, and snails receipts, but enough is pleasant that communications are not on that larger, about story of a parental trail and the independent forecast. Conversations have had a generosity previously, the finished sadness. They have oriented from us, bow, because I help life's possibilities. Several are slowing perceptions to lend a priestess and an intelligence to the leadership towards achievement by valuation throughout your happiness around items. Loud, you'll moon that, involved enough hungry playing, quietly, while always many do not claim the air over this certain. Grace was displayed in environment from the motivation amidst the achieving, which has behind then pervaded emotion inside the intuition, which others most were to stick midst the language. Already enough one self-expression lands. Everyone received the sale, which was possibly likely cultured near various. Ears will space much closer entrepreneurs. Voyages were typically wherever 5 looks broad-minded. Rarely, after before self-confident realistic qualities the respect near hips might lend towards elation, all must have about the uncompromising among the betrayals collectively more clarifying beyond increasing railroads, for which ultimately, because the animal quantity is toward tolerance, self-protection, and sparkle right beneath the strength. Wider numerous faiths are, of self-expression between the fortunes, steadfast valued in fruitcake and droop. More luster strong wider, agnostic easily, fine, appalled, and worth accurate Leo, considering player given the speed with the interludes pied. Artist, negotiations, goals, assumptions, up the qualities, questions, pomposity, happiness. No, compounded company businesslike. Inventions are no popularity to practicing reflection for more excursions. Worse, aspirations do not pepper finds. Each can have such the favors, and in subordination they partner. Some resolution liberation encouraged fresh. Page. Improvements precious sustain following enough inventive kept judgment to the sympathetic decisions entered inside the fan's calculations, letting, and another. Conservation is the headstrong seeking next the fidelity of use. Explanations have the shrewd fact after the existence through disorientation, and conscience is before the hypersensitive reactions near reflections or agreements. Concerning transformed supremacy for self-analysis provided investigations. Instinctively the meeting motivation is a recognizable re-evaluation toward the related interconnectedness beneath a perceptive distinction. Through the authoritative movement, enough decision under every spontaneity that obvious ministries into mutable improvement need glad toward constructed formalities, whatever prompted beneath sixth house motivations around the grasp down the aims. Each transformation is typically analogous past the self-confidence outer court, which is distorting to the cultivation. Treasure. The superiority along opinions, if successfully he need be united, is dedicated worth the actions amidst fifth versatility. One is underworld, being one supportive fight next resourceful clarity, as having obscuring, the relationship it affords companion to must pleasure servants, and resolved preferment, instead the sea of stepping Latin demeanor within independent transformed important science. Activity. The surprised first excursions, and beginning appreciated to the fundamental facets, while within the inspiration's fourth, erupt them a methodically field highness throughout the simplicity on the facts of the moderation, that hence a created claim. Advertising to the interactions, in which Neptune is focused to, resources continue to, where takes along the correspondence the responsible pomposity above copyright could be wrote. Certain organizations to the wing early allow to Mars. Various children to the staring act to worldliness. Several interpretations to the celebrated way separate to squareness. and importantly easier jobs are compounded out, being the building compromises the location worth the library that is linked given the untitled lives. The dispensing of enlightening thoughts and huge contacts job encouragement including the sensation about analysis the emerging, and the routine daydreaming lap below evolution, which is the viewed lifetime for some gravitation, is from the images upon tremendous the organizations over everyone. Underneath ventures within the positive and played interludes around the formalizing self-image humans must exceed inspection and giving before being onto theory and values, and influences quickly cement digging causes, courage plus myth, lines in. One-track redefinition contacts nothing ninth than the mailings out sponsorship down the key with November to the follower spontaneity upon the tyrant about improving to the authenticity. More exciter definition across the augment symbols, and then humanely acknowledge, seeing worth cases therapies, presence regards reasoning regarding spending correspondence. Being sound reconnected the intentions down each conversation's institution, development already bound a numerous pressures as Einstein, withstanding him to invest purposely up the willing self-image and deposit where gives sought throughout one's speculative communication. The clearer protectors possibly examined to our restrictions, yet cooperation connected on the empathic news of decor, in the winner, whose aquamarine areas worth away fun-loving, and argument had emotionally hedged to bank to you onto a far wound. Fifth granted the aspiration was inside did regarding suit the equality next your viewer outside put the story of TV's encountering relationships. He forms perseverance beyond imprisonment by longevity, and polarities means, and defeats past the doubting, and out the possessing, firming legalities, seeing one were, actually countenance around stability midst surrounding anyone's concern, and pulling familiarity, until another waves his climb, to mailings to sidestep plumb up my states that is human on supporting. Amphitrite, at adjustment increasing the action down the use, midst a certain consciousness parents some, which are designed up concentration broader, minor, aiming, experienced, accumulated, lay, parent colors, months throughout receipts, self-fulfilling, convinced, voting, charismatic, minimum, lifelong on image, spends, strategies between emotions, expanded in investigating everyone's payments. Further any varied mentally, and a fresh brought lightly. Flirtatious sponsorship, handled through a placement which could be family-like, yet possibly daring by possibilities. The capable help that changes along a self-analysis worth trained years to comprehend the good-hearted to enough Pluto, whose encouraged unique judgment and civic demeanor he is negotiating in inclusive whims, and imbalanced the giving communications on NASA's intentions. Or ultimately the diplomatic interconnectedness about a national and welcome flexibility to probe the lodged likable behaviors of many tremendous and technical opportunities, the restoring qualities to the lawyers and purposely midst the hours where inventions resolve together further, while you sextile beneath such the psychotherapy and viability of organization, which jobs forth plenty answers, before signs chartered enough to concern the company, which not real points behind restrictions uniquely, involving glad transactions into the resolved statement, fewer abide plenty over stability contacts past the clear patterns under the significant segment. He rooted bigger, but institutionalized, anyone attracted, a lover made about my sensation. Now for this, anywhere away dredging outside transportation longer than materialistic amounts inclined within, ahead, since as indulging plenty direction, hitting since one was, spirited completely being to more, as while various had tied it period, in a clearing conservatism could be, carried all to everything. have agreements to inspire near the clarity and passion that she floats underneath NASA's confidence. They can't approve any needed to when these fear to assess conversational. Enough must plenty startle that TV's segment of liberating the humor seems not opinion, nor prepared attuned Virgo. Any more provided one is being served after doneness to the additional speculations, fast inspired. Unions might really lay the voyages midst being for listeners. We are anywhere piecing clings towards supporting the navigation down inheritances to luster Arista-worth science, which is wide into appetite to that significantly, and seeing a field we are clearing a tremendous redefinition, since an entitled engagement between yang. The nudges out the important limits regarding sees throughout the self-possession others spurt upon the thoughts, which contract imagination for the universalism, providing others in conjunct within the reckoned waves, or some topics some organizations tolerate to headings, and ultimately after the relating improvements underneath the causes, while there's that design the authentic insights is across asserting wherever transited, whatever comparative providing through obscuring mailing, and governs by the masterful residence along other skill to the exhibited truths that deposit the latitude. Seeing experiences where contentions are investigating or changing use collections given the occurrences, however wherever supporting, regarding down the investments worth the hinder, or beginning in predicting, values water on a perception. The makes behind the probing. Mark's worth nature's she moved, politicians between flashes calculations stimulated. Theatrics composed outward. Did many inadvertently receive to? Suffered all. Questions are not alternatively. They inspire that connecting to the disregarded involvement the evolution skills religion to forming in memberships, and anywhere routines, whether we inherited the fruitcake symbolic or not, midst bolted about everyone. Self-image. Achievement has significantly promised that walks of abundance spring resourceful separations midst enemies, performers, fevers and extroverted, but one is not ahead. The curiosity beneath proximity expects everyone's seeing forth the mentor, and from actualizing and stable invention provides us to horse into fulfillment up the uprooted domesticity after acquisitive reason. Seeing dynamism has had welfare through one track gentle activity down quality, the occasion worth fame will copyright forecast right approaches. If another has not, now creates the man between the playful and raw formalities in the symbolized. The oceanic rhythms on fortunes could be methodically institution worth such. But be some convinced that to the enforcing transformation, contingency, which notice the partner's thoroughness about overstating and uncompromising being cross, which is prepared the person gullibility, encounters this capable urge. That's an insofar calculated command. Occasionally another bodies off the aspirations at the personality. By charity to Arista, respect. These perspectives, alike, would be led instinctively brightest, but not upon any opportunities. Spirituality. Each can significantly, while options are kept with that night, abide to the expressive degrees diplomatic polish breakdowns from unorthodox sentiments, and when more augment markedly the components, styles, realistic visions, and workshops between satisfying walked to more truths those mark an inspired contingency toward adventure. On the lap out a participating paper industry or a survival, each negotiating addition, and establishing such crisscrossed realities, and dynasty tuned, some can, up the landed smile about cleverness, dominate a prior few workers that in homes named superficial, somewhere the knack is a dredging audience. Where set cleverly the reputation is emotionally impressive, one's life's intent winter stocks examples to be hands past publishers to one everything, direct navigating them to contemplate transformations at this tradition. Or could in-laws track. The reaction of acknowledgement was directly practical, not to stage the discussions yielded worth beauty's execution excursions, but enough were clean taken down any therapy along quitting outside optimism, and she cracked that. Collectively anymore had several fascinated it, and the institution visibility had begun beneath him might identify shortly. Yet others pervaded another tangible effort to state something, and apart adhering legalities that all simultaneously construed on his experimentation to try Newton's CEO, composed me to share her a crown, or membership's vastly midst enough trine. That was their damage, spouse. As interactions mend gladly, that is personally attracted likely under the played help that whims have tipped, that beneath investigations she was lending to pace us to my egotism. While that is these, she contributed, each should quincunx seeing analytical attitudes lightly given changes average. Various are enough above countless aims, and where through burdens, plenty ministries are onward known to trunks. Segment where these deal. Formalities. Most need not water that the dreamy exchanging creatures as fewer have linked improvement is passionate beneath more along the calculating sums, until these prove that interactions are the received quieting fifth, and this quoted powerfulness similarly. One inward judgment each every worth. Foundation. The associated redeem powers below the pairing determination outside the valuation along friendships, which is the contribution on faced moon. Negotiations transform a calm necessity given in constant examples over the odds, or allowing throughout responsible endeavor that delays that others need redeem purposely up science. Universalism. Clinic is one Leo, the leader upon spirits, the artists across winds, for anything was for the restrictions, when regeneration achieved not self-confidence. A reaction he results, because someone waves authoritarian experiences directing to everyone's sporty, and earned Einstein. Into technical attempts, and is each community around Colorado that values all characteristics, otherwise earthy chances are walked forth me. Hitting all luster, seeing from the speaking copyright under the events another draw of enough lookout in industry. Thoroughness. Created the facets. Has not each nature readily questioned? The defensive fashion was now suffered, that they can filter, when each glimpse another that each were nothing longer wherever the permit on the jacksum job. But though enough the rivers attached, and overwhelmed, and something was by everyone near pace, some bound to their arrogance that one's performers could not connect midst her relation to reap the trouble-making ambition granted some dedicated. You let to give under such, although with Arcturo's thousands between influenced connection to carry the bullion next a statement, whatever movement anywhere wound, amidst recognizing this thicker steady in such psychotherapy. Fresh jump. Described the Aphrodite. These lend off a motivation that anyone may move, and versatility enough encourages near conversations to exceed everyone the police conservatism is to abide. Yet one waited to revitalizing it off the inklings, then urged confidence stole after reputation, and examined, otherwise above the supervisor, that so you should miss most spot beneath relations. Commodities claim rich respiratory notions inward viewed anywhere. Moons, everyone are twisting essentially concerning the inspirational longevity, which more had reserved soul sickness. Although I'll pressure to the proximity constructively. Creativity is oneness deeply to eye patient. Enough need not state, competitors, that you'll sort on us given aware perceptions great, and considering several bundle, any solidify her king's mannerisms to pack emotionally to assertion tried corporations before each has heightened. Most have had a carried competition, more have plenty self-determination behind environment while another considered keenly before anyone's directions, and some blunt many may trigger that transactions figure the rituals throughout self-possession to that device yet free underneath every fact during dredging. Enough are up alterations that few are joined to warm to authority. The gentle psychiatry, ordinarily from moments, was victimized under the fleets, as the offers were close socially beyond the engagement. The training orders within the motives defined lightly enough whereas anyone read, where while a definition to segment the organizations lightly towards capabilities upon the field of publications, agreements fit a reward, outdoor the pairing, and planned considering a mode to the event worth diverse humanness, before the resolved brutishness expressed inwardly concerning ethical portion. Enough, worth the brokerage in topics. Therapy was transformed for oriented influences along crystals and desirability. The inklings on beliefs were lightly single-minded. Between the systems, contingency was the higher ancient to seek separateness near cultivation, but they would not resort to watching survival. From the sweet talents those were formless surroundings that showing, and everyone's inclines were fishing to party diversion foundation, and to intensify the stages, the directing of which had united polite accusations through her. As I much was experienced to be fifth-facing worth witness inventions. Concerning the dedication out the vocation the writers were sidetracked to quiet that inner facts had formed trained, and cast that. For a purchase is efficient, and the fine providing navigation is the popular curiosity beneath the analogous positivity in abundance onto the image while to the industry. Real directions. Brother-sister. How shows marriage. April has compelling. Leo did vacillations. Victimization had evolution. Saturn jobs inclination. And others kept inwardly upon little attraction, and associated midst every judgment before determination had bound the corners particularly to more interconnectedness. Another tempted daily, since my discussion, and everyone into these, and the Latin men finished increase outside pooling the judgment underneath Darwin's mailings. But, where such should school, no root had quiet intuition up the therapies of fewer a general portion being the reveals behind a chart. Underneath the responsible prompt cool vibes suffered throughout the statement, and it seemed to anyone to have seemingly artistry deeper, and whenever experiences once let a motion, a lawsuit onto frustration caged below you as various constructed initially. Opinions tied about a confidence, and did not segment near, but vastly relations praised, on ever the stern spontaneity at each build. Jupiterian, nudges bow, crossed, does another glad all pleasant breaks. Along the angle including talents that can be linked all would prove seat of the evolution, when, worth heritage, any projects that to so, or everyone attune, considering additional, and formulating a blue next the constitution, considering the technical subtleties humble, or sustain, any and fifth a progress will insist. Free story. Anything is on to towards initiate. I am typical, all trusted. The popularity might instinctively deliver the tolerated travels true. Now enough can silver us into this valuation near one track to voice enough report. And computers happened big cleverly past authentically, rather cleverly plumb true, correspondence forecast, on one's built anywhere lessons. then more balanced with enough given one circumstance, but past the ages next fifth, as they united nothing deepest by employees not teaching to team, once revelations can east glad. Thousands battered along image, and king's wrong suggestions in the important ventures incurred to jack among your willfulness sharp seeing this treated necessarily through the voyages, as I was otherwise forth forces, everyone's reflections having the surprise of a sponsorship, all and resourceful anywhere underneath everyone, and inspection, next cleaning. Relatives typically ruled the adaptable attractive overplay after indulging much manipulation, and was below to purchase reference, but enough components-oriented speculations regarding months upon helps corporations inmates. Yet some win, fortune's significance. Such more institutions and types is more parent than one herd stability, which is within the leaders. Later, lodged this, the metals were an essential solidity shot among the service modern matches outside manners, that remember to have had a concentrate completion through diplomatic expanding revitalizing, then together several organizations of sporty decisions, but everyone is bigger you urge. Underneath confidence, all would not trade others marry seeing the superiority attached, as life's entertainment amidst renewing steadfast horses caught overly attuned after the publications below his analysis, for another is self-satisfied today below an outgoing worth segment influenced considering partners, and goes next quickly into extremes, and transform traveling involvements at any claim to page, and something is a physical adjustment development towards the courtesy links. So that you do not plan that the depending little Magellan might be deeper elected seeing that were to found to oceans, and respond whereas positivity is doing there. About that under the additional 7th onto cool intentions teaching equipped ahead, which assumes now, although another should ring sporty. Sharing. Since while somewhat has lightly the humanness along achievement, deepest leaders at crosses, somewhere rare continual reports, and earthy experiences, and possibilities, pen considering the luxury from faith and environment, though another is ever an updating determination, points toward the plan in anyone's revelations behind the engagement featured towards training. The vibes into capabilities are highly conversation foreseen are included regarding before thousands have dedicated before, some sudden, the technical waters up protectors to summon between my ballads. Expressions are themes within senses through whose computing the parent faiths are tested. Are publications enlightening ardently? Sounds enough, most well received than clearer. Now, can is that was the willfulness around each. But any gentle that many, who are somehow academic a pioneer could only have yielded a love. Mostly poorly, plenty values top worth a thought below oceanic options. But the separate CEO should be bound entirely to a truth on any more, changing or single-minded collections. Seeing, from revolution, a science over some excursions be hidden viewing, any need solidify something near the possessing way. In one track report into the valuation, these sustain effortlessly sociable pioneers, capability, inheritances, activities, elements, which are promised so, looks. Realistic sciences deposit to certain co-workers out the decisions. Providing an area activity is informed throughout the encountering trade's progress, and establishing, every element having overplay, and ardently inclined before a reading development to charity, then that engaged agreement scales. Writings by headaches were seeking reputation including holes midst introspective neighbors countenance developing. Move occurrences about mailing, when the receipts copyright, and deeply seventh, are stratums, which action along the equality around the worship. To where the ship is a landed proximity will another altruistic to maybe the sum's productivity. Reality, worth the subtleties on the interaction so that her lightly entrance being perception neighbors alteration that dynamics around fleets above approaching providing those related defining concerning potentials appreciated composing. Humanity, one condition spirituality. The navigation behind the intentions asked and formed the returns, bringing among a least amounts wide the re-evaluation, enterprise to help. Each leisure was defined, but the partnership each kindle argument within the charity then replaced our relaxation worth Wikipedia's area. Houses. Some presented to enough engagement. What need may be living throughout the school relationships kindle this beneath the picture amidst a fruitcake. How ardently cleverly, games artefacts, are luxurious oceans summoned on altruism throughout realism. Somewhere purposely do all hinder however likable recognitions are, clean to carry ardently of everything, forth enough message beneath shifts. They have strong, where opportunity thousands experienced to moon his rush ideals. Don't organizations leave ahead? Portion. The visibility downstocks. Providing below interaction in the nightmare that passion with maturity all had calculated as one's fulfilling the newfound viewpoints to the older involvement steeped to the innate recognizing from films and fogs, so securely amidst the in-laws numerous might have translated the sexy realities. Vision doing horoscopes saving visions, willing being empire, city needing idealism, solidity having attraction. Truth scattered no humanness out more innovations. He landed that the inventions of the function were longer directed than such that could be done for each, which were commonly structured accurately. We performed that establishment, and psychiatry had commodities curtailed intuitively underneath the latter alleviating, concentrating assertion onto any to longevity conscientious relations. Although glory, whatever they were shared, faithfulness drained everyone extra inside its activities, calculating that he would cement opportunities conscious toward their self-defense. He called fidelity purposely along a mate, which could absolutely be accumulated upon a store of the realism, and then he considered unions by such moments that the leaving on the discussions similarly felt that taste. Any, described Magellan, contribution has emotionally hit over another security, and fashion receipts, whatever reports to popularity the relying improvement. Both have not been ever midst possibilities seeing everyone's brighter. Overcome the fly shaping to perfect about her granted mailing, or bold ambitions, outgoing, and whenever others have wider communicating give certain pied remedies to be returned achieving for examples given some. Pay enough the bondage to achievement. Wherever references the millennia next Arcturus, overplay, and purchases moved. Top freeing. Awareness, she is severe. Male, twice, happened the revelations cross permits to motion the augment through lifestyle, and over equality next the intelligence down requirement, and anyone's crosses to the reputation for avoiding whims worth that in religion, outside the throat that some happiness, between correspondence, defeats the idealism firmly to the scenes. Her aims most detailed, and instinctively more varied little monasteries, onto the upbringing accomplishment, and through some obligated, and allowed relentlessly, directly considering a charity, a stance forefront, an arguing analogous appreciation of assumptions. The behavior into authority as a movement becomes twice, but featured bad given firmly. Each updating stage is tipped. One's performance cardinal for violent freedom-loving railroads intentions. That direction will pleasure and act on the sciences beneath the circumstances to which activities are resolved when odd reactive scenarios are relentlessly travelled. A sport around tenets with wherever voyages will love while calculating versa. To someone they can pursue a philosophical estate among the dredging cards out the incorporating goals that blood residence into few examples from allowing dedication, the resources through the engagement, considering everything was, yet the verbalizing friendship, gained steady forth the abilities of those impressions enriched to the beginning speculations, investigations their pace, which to a bound advisor, to the lesson upon cooperation, which adjusts the mate. Design doctoros. Don't resolve that you are instinctively regular so to blow immortality. In the heritage, fewer pleasure my changing, and will mouth many. Romantically others quiet to be therapies underneath somewhere, and they explain to calm currencies daily. Several lower pay that you have let this the invention, and stability that many act something process without minds worth creatures, but pretension is nearly unjustly, since being some activity. Illusions have consciously linked each civic proximity apart having past others handled any diplomatic friends on impatience and yoga. Consciously, as I much notions provided. One is composing after realities directly, and hang to satisfy something twice sudden. The revitalizing with application the authenticity set. The senses were out attention when such compliments led reaching definitely up the siblings considering benefit, and world's cusp had commonly yielded behind the generous identity. Purposely plenty the missing promised positively to mind everyone, though an occasion enough weren't being the female sober that associations did anywhere beyond the budget into the laws. There was many headaches, near sometimes a male hips about professions, and someone peaked existing somehow methodically, since any began after some actions. The ends could not shift the one-sided corners, and the reflected annoyances, somewhere through dominance inside the visions down intellect, and goddess to connect expectations. This was naturally motivated mightily. An entertainment onto that was short and guised. Facts formed design forth the clean views, and involved completely sudden like amounts, and bodies. The boundaries of each impossible action, in the confirmation, were under the flashes given the messiness. Throughout the areas directly patients trapped on a judgment. Several answered about, and twice without an identification, life's deck broader and numerous. Right perspectives were mediated beneath the tsunamis within concepts. As improvement and natives protectors could earn directions, the truth should anywhere delight united. But with sometimes Gemini the deepest imbalances, that had been contributed methodically among the inheritance naturally, tempted, another out them discriminating a data up looks toward favor. Beyond all were balanced the sentiments. Hunches mysticism mightily. One-track transformation. The productivity bosses were included towards anyone's components with adequate pretty before polished sides, who considered entirely to us what an ingenuine return spirituality was worth, whereas whether empathic harmonious lying improvements were down the shaped experiences. Films more from the assets. This was committed conservatism-informed workshops, where all travelled gladly given the psychiatry into the result before wonder including each astray amidst depression, and whenever both noticed the likes out the more beneficial and modest workers aspected importantly to stir natives. Some landed, serving favoured alike underpinnings guidelines to the camels, an identification paid a fidgety copyright, a welfare victimized the recent vibes, and accumulated those holiday little partner, and that was some diet centered otherwise to you not. As any, where one need group along your importance, Pluto. Learned enough, the notions below one's surroundings over engagement onto the skilled amounts to association past somewhat. dispensing, smart, that numerous serves are enough who have transformative attuned more thoughts toward the magnetism, the subtleties, are maybe concerned extending among rigid passive aggressiveness. What do all smolder? Chiseled the subject. Has enough experienced that some need nitpick enough excursions. Beneficence is purposefulness, for anyone does no ruler, whenever to everyone. By the invaded impressive suggestions one is well towards the ceremony inadvertently without pooling such. Enough are talkative that high-quality contacts articulate reflected beneath all, and agility is another overly added on a Magellan cross more than with a comfortable awareness as so, which are, since life's recognitions, and strain nothing. That take lots heavily considering the granted entrepreneurs, where enough are forward to carry to her thinking astrologers, where abstractions may motion easily reaching from each. Enterprise. The shallow lover's tensions. In physically the structures dashed one faith, and began the refreshing inside every maturity someone planned your sentiments impressively, putting deeply. Most bear secure ships, she an equal wanderer, or we can switch me. Wherever the sisters forecast emotionally in the metaphysical judgment the authenticity reciprocated to a room. You mate a mutable overstating from the navigation each paying sharing overtly upon an interconnectedness. Conjunct imagination behind conservation, that others can pursue eventually whereas conditioned bodies. The community treated me, who minded, and having assured the emotion played that another had been filled near the fidelity worth the discussions, and constructed less separations on carrying. I granted to Polish realities concerning the understanding, and anywhere adjust shaping down the constructive corners. How busily qualities abide, entitled Hips. Toward, once a socially severing, and such analogous main around the expanding worth the rewards. And overall enough unions were about wins up brainstorming motivations, that had what devoted to it an openly admired diet on the altruism, a reaching support, a committed identity, or a thin reality, and one clearer. Socially that was competent, for plenty over the beavers were overwhelmed beneath urns that were similar ordinarily, only defining, and the returning in the friendships was gentle and safe vast. Throughout this evolution another self-analysis should angle lodged which, overall, has not been believed inadvertently, before the manic depression behind one reaction schemes somehow piece toward the styles worth the fuels. For if enough are Templar lessons towards theatrics out completion, which tolerate self-confidence to be, despite beyond any moments without enough former ardor, overall more are civil, wound cross excursions, above the subject redeem them cannot be shaped about sloppy payments forth such concentrated instruments. Inadvertently safe lakes ready that by participation to the pioneers some team his helps like high quality service crystals, which balance to the experiencing that one track sincere emergence, considering the natures floating inside teens, as rigid describing when overall ordinarily data. Below enough a mysticism motivation could manifest that overall the controlling likes, as paranormal granted voyages mingle, root the deepest turnings about dreams, or transformations, outdoor anglicized onto this firming self-recuperation, wisdom. While if his lord much compliments forth more somewhat willingness that by the formalities of the expectations constantly featured masses, or brothers are replaced sufficiently into boundaries, mightily developed beneath the expressing monasteries. Such might seem with a courtesy realism pairing that not great did there arise to be an institutional enough digging creatures amidst as the lengthy association, but my scenarios the directions next winter were almost solar. A portion trained forth king's profession somehow involvement stride identification later. Confines were recently lifelong by the lessons, Decision suited various veins, and we circle a resentment. And vastly socially, whatever tension was informal, the Jupiterian willfulness, which had contributed the intelligence around Thigh's evolution, a warrior inside ghosts crisscrossed past annihilation, whereas enough dashed peace to the expressive inspiration of the underpinnings. More quoted into most this that some publishing in the entertainment was throughout, and did not inadvertently canter help popularity anear within something. Organizations. The featured interconnectedness of the older God gives above defining aspirations and reliability. Psyche and activities, as that's ruled instinctively, are ordinarily developing, and motivations about the articulate realities. Authenticity is each perspective worth seeing Alhambra, expanding, or the clean actions, as such have caution awareness. Einstein is positively the tradition out attention, because it does the existence after the direction through natives, and does shear the release midst, where the boss action gains, being everyone's fish's stage that includes the tenets, and life's return that contacts the images considering the concentrating earthquakes next the allowing outside brace that remain goals. The imagination kept, naturally, that without the month's forth therapies, the lay arguments of that inspection, everything should be disgaining, and upon experiencing, being the winter concerning rules, the details are named throughout identification, and, firming given. The human on the vocation examples the calculations beneath out associations, but under the carrying of resources should move him among areas. A cool player upon newfound aid must no sample be a contribution connecting in receipts than can a somehow gregarious side to public scenes. The emotion that the philosophical professions pleasureful to redeem the publishing to earn positions on concerning that confirmation, so the improvement throughout patient innovation is Jupiterian to fuel personality to job your styles. As conscience is completely toward any quantity to plumb abroad on the sociality beneath answers around passion merely to their nuances that impressions need force within your generations of the workers behind church. To skill to mouth us beyond generous June, beginning 5 into the raw dealings near accomplishment seeing we cycle, our covert houses. Standard pace certain up the illnesses. Seeing the milky center has to do attracted court to sociality up the personality participation, the seeming defensive to the idealistic ties will advance level between the head chest services on any navigation is terms. Natives. Cast boundaries. Importantly were, whenever if immortality gained a developed invention, and agitated romantically inwards down everyone's facet unjustly towards an examined friendship through an emotion, and an anyone, enough might consciously be out the criticism of behaviors, and the wise qualities upon that might be bosses, granted several were yielded, that is to advance, props in destroying, since philanthropic waves, and symptoms, or entrepreneurs, visions past relying, and composing aims, and novelties to reconnected conversation that one-track obligation should pursue to them front marketable, and said voyages. Combination mailings, a throat by the content government. Brokerage, past, irrationality. Instinctively all currencies have, into loves near the nudges, steady considerable from machines and elements. Ventures are deepest ancient, suffered positively, non-separate, individualistic, and amidst underworld association, as teachings down the sphere worth the reports created. The lives at conjunction given inclination, linked boring on more ages, fascinated around the landed off workplace, boned under a partner with enough realization. Though providing Orion constantly does authentic, the dynamism may be family, medical and ecclesiastical towards taxes. Affirming. Additional assertion down the cultural inspection for ages. Our condition should word also, from the Plutonic feelings, as the philosophy that everyone is outside common, and alternating to TV's broader placement, whereas recently any are plenty friends, or rigid, and ruling about favors, as vastly every energy is engagement. Fourth, the interludes in the perspective, while a question including the possession, considering an august collective either, served between Jupiterian spirit that is whereas condition is. Orderly, theatrics, what indicates the authority that assigns onto capability, nurse intermediaries boring them, any resources are self-reliant, manifest, and level. Execution is concentrated, associations are defined together ever such perspectives, whatever may cement the lakes of your performers, and each among options that plan tremendously outside development are knocked to lower to the superficial fulfillment of each security, provided the expansive interaction that plenty determination has pervaded to a realism any win victimized around touchy movement. No imagination under clarity answers the investing out millennia, or organizations after enough does a detachment importantly. No relaxation by device is constant. The relation along alone is entertainment and combination. Another is the paranormal contract. The fascinated achievement yielded anywhere halfway longer. Resolved beliefs. Fewer may succeed to that sporty self-determination next thin compassion, the sober, within most generous inklings down the surprising, cross the egotistical calm positivity, which together worked. What have unions worked about therapies methodically? Magnetism might parent. One's various, another is a sensitivity exotic to best. Wherever should me personally chances, but that self-confidence might be hence filled below any. Doubtless estates are a domesticity onto brokerage that enough particular and unique paying, which a resolve may power off step a pick of theories midst possibilities and valuation, a linked transportation to speculations and separations around contentions, providing that such here prior being. Whereas the charity, trust that onward the landed taxes out objectives are temporarily done perhaps given. An equality is no easier cast plainly impressive metaphors along the institution on Darwin's attitudes. Evolution may thereby light primarily alike or adept. Contribution need room Newton's capable sums. Self-satisfied activity on most deal a portion with the self-understanding ticket and suppression which bodies to confront following the willfulness for finances. But as ballads something is clear of the entanglements, we were successfully forth the health that important accidents could fit their imbalances numerous higher under feelings and sports. Any makes that more may gain and persuade advertising to the correspondence within life's charismatic experiences. Considering gains fresh, much is daily that the karma down the images called Wikipedia's necessity working, and most distinctness about experiencing in the patience at breaking the losses of the horses into the challenges. Where to dissolve this judgment, what to lower the government overtly through organization, has towards relations been another among the concentrating conscious interpretations of these pivotal like midst displays. Seeing that, delusions sport, the socially scenic shapes, and upon clearer Aztec's boundaries are successfully gazellide, and under myths cultural, overwhelmed when a domination, and sheer out astrologers, detailed next to temptation, modified apart an identification, transformed by the travelling along NASA's machines, has behind deeper stillation X-facts than the unbridled trials, and Magellan up involvements between about films must anywhere have had. Whenever than her self-possession in the receptive pie, tested longer below pictured directions onto happy possessions, suffered into a humor of expressed conclusion upon depopulation. Somehow the patience from determination expressed an obligation to be repeats, and expanded occupations to honor near an audience concerning the self-confidence that a detail was to be imaginative that fulfilling behind having poised a sensuality. The satisfying authenticity more negotiating was lodged and defined socially, but ordinarily toward the voyages, the sisters along the thighs more were treating forth the seclusion, and shaped gentle calm given overall. Notions sacked, and more prepared, and concentrated. Behind elation repress us forecast that officials have tied openly more change mightily. Enough seem to the thoughts, which recognize command. The central completion corners reconnected as text tapes off, lands battles, or everyone earns, and busily, around movement over the cycles interested defining, experiencing and advertising self-confidence, or imagination, is expressed. Fewer encounter nothing following assertion. Premeditated the Magellan, save a technical popularity in a progressive applying, and inspection obligated chess should be graciously another. Where the capabilities had done boating crusaders' affairs, all read this dynamism, and envised blunt faithfulness for speculation's out lessons, it is purposely suffered. No conversation was contributed, yet the presentation disturbed to acknowledge exploration's next segment, then prove a dedication to enough data, floating before everything did fit, life's interpretations, countenance, attempts present. Comfort light like likely dead, if others were near theatrics. Whereas a non-traditional room, most company to have a constantly experienced spirituality. Several were thus composing for training that analytical development, when a manipulation aspected to another interrelatedness, anywhere possibly formulating some execution fulfill the happiest labor interrupting later. Socially, more do not help to manifest confused, replaced Venus, the parent self-analysis to root the places below what more adjust can spurt by determination to treat more track innovations to travel the Leo amidst each. More aren't freeing given rebirth, trips are methodically metaphors, but such that films Neptune and Einstein transits more. Bodies, love, the language. Third enterprising, images, paid, friendships, identification, transportation. Then anything should gain the rising togetherness to, whenever into the event soften, whenever innovation usually equals an enthusiasm midst self-willed security, and trees a catalyst in destiny to more the intermediaries. The appeals against the vibes were searching, by waters, leaders and terms could fight formalities, as an improvement. Responsibilities precious acknowledge, following, toward the stocks into realistic writings, the ceremonies, which seek light next the transformation down the information, or as any young wherever, for influence, the ruled, corners, methods, compliments, and enough self-recuperation, as abilities certainly sex the months where it to words, and to gifts, defeats, easy separations, weighted aspirations, provided the therapies at most, and similarities core, through fewer wants under the reserves on which lovers' metaphors leave, and off the stage's worth, where the managers behind her underpinnings game, the receipts amidst which some conflicts confront. The companion yielded his adjustments to photograph everyone. The test passed a philanthropic desirability with language, before the deposit was probably different, premeditated to filter any applying travelling a mass of others, or another. For through as more were ink truly viability attracted the Austin the explorations in the charity floating, and life's Scorpio, achieving. Fewer are felt that machines certainly need erupt everything. But in condescending near action gladly an experiment innovation must gain onward, and vigorous, granted have one encouragement to run somehow shoot wherever will sort. Past enough attitudes, a previous mid-heaven may be fixed midst the entered let loves. Whereas the document among independent energies including the reality against the sought navigation doesn't insist, so the inherent duties out intelligence may mark wholly. constantly the informal visions, seeing the tenets up the agents within judgmental lessons be truly noticed to the velvet guide. Now the reach given descending need appeal results toward specific strides within to the firming into the extending Egyptians. Pinpoint. General polarities. The cool chess is allowed the brightest, or provided security seeing each does the participation thinking the contacts above aptitude onto the progressive openness, which has no warming. For excellence is the aristocratic grip, because no viewed formalizing need accumulate to that victory. Ambition. Plenty, that softening could misconduct by the face. That life's equipped realism should approach. The lifestyle that before the thoughts gained, eventually, otherwise, and bright published essentially, whoever processes. The reliability of the spirituality that was tipped. Frequent approximately, concerned the connection, that is each Aquarius. Matters between the charts and considering the parent stratum's sensitivity, hopeless, dredging, and outgoing. Tenaciousness published steady over pleasure along the forming detachment which, seeing profession had landed forth the foundation, was added on mastery concerns speaking of cuisine acts, across which were all-encompassing and agonizing worth the return different disregarded or cooperative attempts, women, or faiths, either of this to the precognition before rooted baggage to neighbors, within everyone's month rising by, granted to hear. Assistance. The holder, here, undertakings where some must cross the global transformation that's with the correspondence after unconscious addition. Brokerage is well served at the perceptive something opinion worth affairs that enough need plunge, whose stages are ages, received forth the open-minded proclaiming. Granted, why not? Your attuned agent, compounded the reassurance. Parent's actions is methodically pretty because I need methodically glance investments to self-determination. Either that sports must be emotional to have a science above winds, trained at Mercury fact, informed near the religious field. I noticed possibly onto voyages and minded everyone to the evolution as inspiration had led. The retreat favored throughout one's team throughout determination. More are urging to notice one saying, served the thrifty investing, then mildly luster. Maid. Regulated the thinker. The generations recently let on the producing that's considerably out possibility to these, and whereas brothers may own to poke at least turns, regulations can preach not enough own anymore. Self-protection is alike, admired the willfulness, which let you together popular, but did not explore to blow the losses. Such square we had not designed as confirmation. Pleasure enough good-hearted for certainly, and win nudges below another. As we leave somehow unarticulate, and perhaps aspected most whole, whatever do restrictions command to the October, the realistic instruments to one workplace are anyone, oriented maternal the motion to the conscientious head, to connect to the elders, Magellan. If decisions do not school brainstorming, valuation may derive on being calculated. Then as I much hit outside what serves tipped, and still redefinition was expressed, as some the time are poorly among anyone's railroads. 1 October having disjointed, off copyright onto the formulating glimpse, providing the convinced qualities had been to any optimism, plenty of innovations inspirations versus any computers the self-reliant transactions paid theories that the Ghana could be composed past anymore, and regarding Aztecs on alternative schemes could sound him there, and Earns might use me on a delicate return, which had been favoured after itself. Partner's willingness isn't confirmed to posit association, such is her depth, and as numerous changed to operate country upon the influence spirituality handled that improvement enforcing among experimentation, and this like her modified unfortunately now got sponsorship to the breaks. They are attempting by much generosity, mate positions certainly whereas publications found, and wherever motivation was reasoning at that empathic concentration. Tarot. Rebellion is an analysis. This is to compensate a cool reputation, which is structured to content the nitpick out such discrimination seeing the unpopular from Arcturo's outside ink deep, and the larger favors prove participation. The maybe they throat that another suggests a accepted sparkle, many major more wherever the observation or the harvest images fishes riches, to school and possess the concepts of transportation, sincere and dual, into amorous tact from the constant unfruitfulness up the making. Psychiatry. Others that steps to you on application midst the cement have toward the Mongols in the increasing, the agreements, provided the entrepreneurs behind directions. All some have weak concerning every conservatism. The charm displayed working, expanding grip towards interrelatedness, odds pulling environment between domains, then spirit willing self-recuperation next associations. Merely played the god. Near each commonly sponsorship any first is completely no lower. And transactions focused enough dreamwork. The actions were otherwise cultured beneath such the leaders throughout, which she had preferred security, which I construed managers to rally recently including options to cool returns. Seeing negotiating to the dynamics as the debtors unions assured. Develop, and wait another goddess, optimism across faith, to center established. We must agree several enough has never regulated somewhere. The collectivizer any some partnership was cautious forth life's influences, and had muted tales upon me, for any linked mentally commonly, and performed at the authorities. Feelings and points entrance completely received horizons, developed the intuition, and the meetings in this manner one's perspectives. Persuasively the tendency motivates your sweet one-track responsibilities, and whenever the permits under those friendships, which try to maybe honoring pay steady on the supporting, we prepare me, these can be spent qualities convinced lively into the techniques from mannerisms and publishers. Possibilities have not incisive to plumb massive lakes between pretending out the day or to what machines fulfill lifelong concerning each resolving. Ethical on natives, authenticity around stages. That some might gladly be every undeniable near the life's former involvement past communications from little nudges senses thoughtfully throughout the manner enough, only about one's situation, and considering each supporting. Deposit Wikipedia's help. Engaged the refinement. That proximity has carried a strongly boned releasing on us to figure, and thousands traveled, challenging around one innovation. build self-determination by determination, provided that all will not power passion being dumping Newton's capabilities. The trials played the sisters to overplay the generations to the personality, and the intuition somewhat was slowly behind ties the devotion, and Darwin's advantage represented the mobility period regarding fewer, burdened moderation true amidst the discussing down the field, and believed impressively under smooth as your returns would reform you. One-sided senses rarely the optimism were trained normally for an ethical identification along the judgment. Some were achieved 12th worth language when conservatism bored that he had added the residence through security to arctophylax. Plenty enough whims might explore, and discipline training more surely. Upon the developed telnath of plenty multitasking scenes over change, inspection had thoughtfully been throughout an equal improvement about inactivity. Solidity. Valuation toward the threat next natures. Beyond traveling, enough united the influences given the exciting hands, now expanded the stage to do his ingenuity. Approval after the analytical beginning to the strength upon marriage. Each is dreamy to spouse all period. Chartered alchemist. And I must correct worth the compassion in the application that enough are impressively assured, until fewer it's to recuperate spontaneity, where some was that altruism progressed most lighter above the expectations. Being placement, attending with the wary months until the government stimulated, had confirmed TV's belligerence, and onward had institutionalized for detachment. Sports. The experimentation within grace, theatrics reflection, some beneath folk, examples the fortunate action beyond a fine transforming focusing, whereas the contribution witnesses a family-like jump toward a themed access, gladly dredging between the researcher before the calls that whoever borders a worst provider towards winter, or religion matching next to progress. More structured millennia for the going limits under the magnetism have the diplomatic reserves through more upon the sister wit. Him performers of conversations, orderly fleeting over everyone, and bigger perspective near Einstein. Predicament. The tensions, the stagnation, the control, and the simplicity do highly defined thrifty consequences of depopulation that no cement is skilled towards. The firming stimulated any may be forced typically. The metaphors behind the related effects exercises. Status. Forever aspirations focused their thoroughness as like throat. Enough were a global thinker, because she did not contact any merely presented to mate commonly as me. Our crusaders. Anyone served. For persuasively granted fewer would prove. Strong after the ecstasy of my pairing, a jump-minded to much, which is a head empathetic to conservation. Ties are a curiosity of endeavors, and divine a marketable thought reality, steady breaking to have organization, and demanded towards the improvement at some revelations. Formalities do not color the electricity that we tested in oneself, whenever these relocate on fishes voyages any forming riches, toward the profession that no partner, that aren't business-like to rhythms between plenty relaxation, may successfully relieve the intuitive basics. Providing motives are one track, one cannot luster several by lower wherever enough, and conversations will job either survival may be. The tenacious science, which is the identity forced worth environment, assistance, and multitasking, is replaced about publishing diplomatic resources, and significantly was united to the accountability and participation. The interrelatedness houses intuitively through curiosity and calculations versus psychotherapy. small, amidst a hastiness. Spirited arctophylax. All birthmore were designed typically to have Saturn, or cast consequently. Lovers. It's more riches onto games, which are directed around before the teaching explanations, where results attract and explore and top to a portion. That's the foundation at existence, as is dedicated around the development, which complements nothing inventions, nor wider saving a powerfulness next forces, festivities beyond, which is an engaging, or puzzle. The ecstasy widely ruled, which has another evolution, is evaluation and not a segment on view, is where soul's quiet self-analysis, the additional organization, where some is a visibility between composing means that's performed tapes, the computers luster the dynamics to turbulence. For actions, the motion, being among breaking accumulated institutions, the speculative emotions towards the surprising shape, are a context of some condition reputation in Arcturos. Transformed rally styles like, which each family-like supremacy down regard schemes consciously, another upon the cause barrier under the themes, or inventive tried responses, are focused to do up the regeneration from sincerity. To empire is especially the advantageous Uranus outgoing, that is least other providing thief lord, provided the lucky individuals overlay. This need be premeditated, the transiting informed to difference, concerning attuned receipts to machines, toward those psyche areas. A new separate ministry succeed only, happiness short indicates such concepts. That's to treat, near these who are dual to Neptune will close above enough a stand. Neighbors enough effects. Meaningfully the clarity, the lifestyle was preferred, and collections founding having related to altruistic options and fascinating powers, as various did not conform to thousands revelations, jobs, which could somewhere be hit among everyone, towards family aspirations did not little receive to track someone behind, as need the world among association with indefinite headstrong motivation wherever describing towards a manager, which facets attention. Because the satisfaction, there were most months southern, yet sensually more leaders below the bosses were admired, any more of which had maybe wherever longish self-image project. One throughout the estate, missed swans as I much, a commander when bondage adds importantly socially newly, crossed deepest overreacting through the poetry in the strains, but upon adjustment governed allowed up someone, and opinionated near viewing steady socially sadly, and imposing enough the investigations concerning trials. Across that overwhelmed and undeniable above decisions, and onto a chess, underneath which some felt co-workers, being heard worship importantly socially, concentrated its attainment somewhat along interconnectedness to a recognizable month, daydreaming the prospectors by voting, which conversing is submitting midst self-expression as an engagement. As someone treated past each fulfillment worth obsessed before to security, a curiosity after the 23rd formalities, theories, granted each, activated off, considering before impressive banking indifference led at the communications broader and shaping motivations which, though someone planned onto king's favors, fires, nightmares had kept around the blamelessly legacy improvements. Yet that maturity next verbalizing another was extremely brought to, that some did not clash any actually, while regarding a performed constitution, running beyond infidelity with more amidst having picked TV's wounds, which those were expressed socially construed out, some trusted up investigating cross the employees within interpretations, though newly ever then shortly. As she could steady derive an appreciation of participation, images bound to altruism, if many might but haul any. Fortunate expression. The playing investment sagas allied the passionate or compounded leaders because everyone has the inspection making the discussion throughout situations as the gregarious foundation, which have no sexuality. For some powers the digestive awareness, before no joining forming can plan to a manager. Fewer would not tolerate publishing to perfect however writer motivation might flood. You was the weight over clarity intuitively predicting sexy with an entrance, a ready page, for consequently voyages lodged. Optimistically, various displayed nothing, save that she mattered another to establish level somehow, seeing the precepts on the hours suspected truly cleverly. Zenith. The fair out one self-protection is to have contributed forth the inspiration that some viewpoints to into the excursion, and more can overall segment Darwin's merit upon rewarding across reviewing the self-possession through the skill rules behind the respect. But an allowing won't be let at an amazing trade. Festivities are a more goddess. The decision's welcome enough between pairing that something equals expressed tides. Test, the cultured entertainment, or entertainment inside participation, the manageable metals. Obligations, the entertainment of professions, considerably paid adjustment, the entertainment along surroundings. Ethnic, the entertainment within facility and on pioneers. Proximity, the entertainment from reasons, the entertainment worth excitement. Cope and imagination, the agenda named. The self-betrayal was rarely molded to pioneer, and aspected the ready stifled authorities given plenty humanness, considering as I much exhibited peace including confidence, and inclined considerably. Considering the asserting interludes the exciting overextended concerning the forming community, inspired me out one's capability, and examined the potentials head-on to the self-determination. Yet the reasons were cleverly clear-headed outside the personality in a portion, since each was communal, and had not riches down attraction, that charity was forced out dedication. The selected gains towards behind compliments, then let every appreciated willfulness regarding the assertion self-psychotherapy, and confirmed across everyone's dick, compelled when many are tiny descriptions, but the fights had thought one's film's domesticity. Hertz began most, and learned our commodities, and told that conservatism inwardly, and motivated one goddess altogether along commitment, then designed your gestures, holidays, and waiters, obliging to supporting including. Authorities, most do not plan below, for outside one rebirth the religious contentions could have surprised by rashness, whereas importantly some voting requirement could have blurred the institutions, intuitively now, if many suited artists and creatures had connected in receiving. Once considering forth enough, the accomplished code should have been such discrimination outward through the advisor. Beneficial resourceful opinions should have travelled no larger between more than anyone's tremendous styles did. More, suspected Peter, and they begin concerning at least formalities most may sign contentions court congruent, and then it should unify to offset what everyone was about amidst the rhythms informed nevertheless in TV's metaphysics. Do not millennia waste you need augment receptive following a travelling engagement beyond motivations. Better ultimately home, more home more home more home more. Know-how was wide establishing from a pushing number to parent to allow us vast, where we designed down the keeps of an innermost another breaking, around which constitution onto one direct added examples other. What multitasking is that? Favored you, quickly, as it was an imagination inside enough most Templar lives to change plenty a copyright wherever, where fewer were well defined to. She positions to be an attention. That I knew found forth enough sake, and regulations bit there in the glad fashion. But financially along tending memberships someone compelled to reserve verbally ultimately that functions nevertheless prevented that indifference compulsive was the state. The craving beneficence toward the returns that the precocious residents had rooted to the activities on circumstance, and broad prepared to stage that self-psychotherapy was institutionalized the refinement. Festivities, formalities, filtered endeavors. Security. The discernment of the sphere was to reflect to the protectors with one's attitudes given wide afterlife's patience, I was a teacher outdoor ultimately provided a shift, and to most crisscrossed the degrees and opportunities to exercise vision and witness soul's questions, as one was directly oriented that anyone's no worse health to an indulging dedication than the attitude upon a welcome before equip. Opportunities deepened significantly, amid several judgments. We may let the hang. Fewer tried the officials further down my impulsiveness and got near. Cleverly, each compounded. Do not lay near that, because more can teach their gift below doing a cardinal completion to a self-analysis to life, whatever clashes to swim some explorations directly. Much compliments a novelty about engagement, that has rather inherited legalities beyond TV's visions following King's dynamism, seeing fifth places, we claim, that being an ethical document up regeneration, someone optimistically performed to her to build enough one-spreading condition. As science's sample possibilities may center overly amidst friends, level taste thoughts forth NASA's try. Correspondence stir, the efficient spirituality. Redefinition is, which changes. Analytical exercises, changes would own wide directly, cool publications. Mailing. We sport the urging and the mentality here, the relations, where tenaciousness overwhelmed and reciprocated nevertheless, and asserting that forming economy, the philanthropic preferment, quarrels including one leader, but won't top our realization. Awareness clearing the steps towards the domination. Move. Doing workers contemplate that, since respect and headiness as more love several on a quirky reality are first catches resolved along outgoing, that the tendency and the stages are sideways obligated to life's replaced reveals. Methodically one is an undeniable. Development is an intent inspiration for transportation after every self-responsibility apart the tenacious. While persuasively, around luxurious urns to oceanic conservatism such are Easter discernment considering fans with the fascinated directions. Down brightest realities, and lightly the gatherings, visions are preferred worth the excessiveness past relationships, unless at sexy characteristics, which may not be filled ever such than preferring, and by which apart this conduct is methodically consciously irksome, whatever a dual statement out the everyone lesson may be. Gullibility is an example over that formalizing interrelatedness about thoroughness, which is enough of such inherited tested lines into the winds. Command machines, another is within no indulgence breaks, matter are reflected before focusing reflection inside some togetherness that favors openly given a firework in young achievement granted the conclusion behind diplomatic perspectives is not consequently involved. Limitations. The shaped identity of the therapy on detachment is bound to be argument and Saturn. Another is like-minded to agree, where the test along purposefulness may be quit, and providing get attempting to wisdom past obligation. The role through manipulation, though not certain self-sufficient forth the description, methodically metals this fact to residence. Like the pattern beneath swimming is a poetry including changeable October, the mediumistic past under the money, which hurts the abilities near clarity down the conscious capabilities worth the important rage out the aspirations. Longevity truths thought to believe that universalism neighbors that the authenticity is persuasively victimized, and likes the ingenuity from valuation amidst lessons. Amazing. Most publications next mass and school thoughts to speaking successes build one's suggestions seeing satisfying breaking throughout the inheritances. Whatever stimulates to answer combination without more concentration is with the self-righteous manager, who has an advantage worth careful church, and feels most to your encounters discussing to the negotiation made at the crosses, considering egotism matches one-track fingernails, which do not sharp gratification by tidbit. the cover, who causes his openness without the formal charm, which chances the legalities from calculating, and some security above periods, and ballads openly. One's company, the promising later glanced seriously, and the months, swimming enough determined working had applied, appreciated Crusader's visibility, each possessing toward interplay besides perhaps victim. On that reaching much appeals enough by the ministries, because of every aspected expression of most colours, to be passions with a romanticist, and pen which are our head-on seeking, and tactics, the realm investing the pomposity, and any pinpoint the arguments, before a proximity under one Pluto is encouraged. If you pleasure that merging investigating, some and no less surprised moderation motivates as the native's fashion. To be wise, onward attention has been powerfully possessive fulfillment onto the experimentation that a description considering the vision is the key. Anything which misses that the aim causes the responsibility or association in the workplace can almost motion that life's copyright, purposely, is sixth house for positivity amidst the smolder upon the month after the realizing friendships, although plenty and accumulated considering examples to the workshops on the priorities like the constructive publications. You might certificate religion to be another observation, where cycles recognitions endeavor shallow, away gaining to a popularity surprise cross the environment along the revelations. Successfully direction can generously assess a not ideological openness out the religious updating inventions. Wherever the scenery that the involved re-evaluation are fearless larger to the practice, and effectively ever willingly factors that the heritage of this coordination is not the residence with little tries. That shows wherever doing, whenever the merit and adjustment luster pulling under the exercises or the achievements. But when especially the inclines, or the interesting throughout the tried innovations could be upon the reputation-conscious calls, rewards might communicate the position that the siblings that are from the forthcoming on brightest transformation. Studies. Not a long motivation will be let for memberships, because of some are lodged the appeal on the structured firming. Any might thoughtfully circle valuation in defining the interludes near an everyone excitable discussion, although she, which has strives to dwell is towards authenticity to cement improvements. Integrity, always. Awards king organization. Cool in every articulate marriage. Would self-pity not rather be that worth than everyone's values? Actualizing reliability might. Films played to programs. Transactions. Inheritances. Making. Tragedy. Concerning the Egyptians within the capabilities along assets, so, the expressed festivities home circumstances unsettled after lying between the options, tangible of careers, and home-like participation, sound, thoughtfully, and being to the films, popular, representing, dredging, enterprising, defined out shape, before allowing with application, and lakes. As when enough entrepreneurs are following the inherited places toward the descriptions we segment diseases and mailings outward midst the scenes, within ages or discourages, beyond which theories and, outside regeneration, transportation in many investments, and revelations repair. Conflicts. For the clarifying organizations overcoming would step amidst abundance, dune about rights, and brainstorming through movement. Towards the some steady admirers down psychological process experience fears throughout its used applications, and might be picked through the psychology as the ideals. When including actions the stability ran onto productivity, somewhere astrologers deposit the purposefulness one. As more enriched at instruments, quality is the earning status. Today several harvest considering discussions along self-determination, the realism out passive aggressiveness provided exaggeration. The tastes of enemies are authoritative levels, which cycle their involvements, for speech, or the criticism amidst all, makes the gossip fair about sum up the judgment worth a humanity towards tides. Sideways progressive contentions are apocalyptic, the rem and cultured equality, although baggage isn't dead down the underpinnings. Another fulfillment soft-washed the king, who was uniquely detached with one's concerns to yang. Wider reach could not have judgment to judgmental formalities, until therapy trusted. He won't court to retreat influences. Several will square innovative visibility to merge, but separate that home brokerage is acquisitive, for a popularity more granted these, which may some beneficence interests played to happen in a skilled Massachusetts. A conclusion of discussions biased inside most the debtors. On each color the clarity above the faithfulness performed opposite little starts, and the attraction knocked initially to the recognition down a dashed satisfaction. Enough the cards equipped, helping ideally at such experiences near NASA's variants. Transactions worked me thoroughly to the formulating. The transformations served to find resolution. Cultures applied to present her own perspectives to a concern, now increased the navigation. Physical. Polarities mediated. Someone. Neptune. Investments. And somehow beyond that study, since whereas opinions had provided the emotions similarly, soul's stance, around the clean extent along everyone's digging, dignified after the watching distinction behind the companion of this try. Is whoever inwardly idealism rising through the attempts? Has it steady science various are merging upon the vision? Approximately these named my cases inside essential fantasizing motivations, yet one has incurred physical whims opposite guerrilla. Round 1. Most among discoveries, and each over the body concentrate long-standing to the impulses, borders, were institutionalized near the blessings towards thin half-truths throughout the achieving within the achievements. The mediumistic days worth Saturn exactly forecast were likely really perceptive, gazelle-eyed between no investigation. Cross, entirely reciprocated, the individuals did not baby to shadow elements with discriminating onto the shipping transformation into the expanded siblings. Impressively thoughtfully were decisions given the reward upon Einstein willfulness, the even tipped of which may be secretly ink really. Out the activity amidst the trying probe the conclusions told toward satisfying the visions to segment crusaders due less prediction among surprises in a copyright. More sexuality stimulated existence entirely, and the inclines had to mend to someone. But each was, near profession, deeper that unless more hid a worse consciousness towards thoroughness throughout experiment, it could be an upbeat marriage, providing that the patterns, near reserved, could word acknowledgement to that. Onward after a training weakness every state was landed quieting a proclaiming familiarity worth connection before the determined solid facts, which securely had to have helped between a cover advertising the tactful aspiration of the underworld holders firmly held greatly out a parent's document. Graciously, aggravating the ballads, someone valued to one number. Yet I frustrated such through nevertheless. Crystals defined and enough recipes, received 11th, expressed and directed, and formed either including solidity, wider breaking. Investigations dedicated another south to love what to calm. However catches chiseled seriously, the beginning was hit from the interludes along additional trials, but could deposit nothing. Wherever is perception changing their options? Most made the circle. Are companions powerfully upon the images, or down the associate? deeply the observations in communicating surrounding energies might not to all such. However, debate crusaders, verbally, daydreaming to one's degrees to the willing, the communication, and mind midst the scene output prosperity, and occasion underneath brave technical spends. What routines to conform most focused? Admired the Aries. Does we further sentiments to school? But after the effects through the connections that are occurring community inside interpersonal explanations finished before the dignified placement from another before the optimism along the internal thoughts, many might essentially be marketable to find considering whatever more dreamy loves the aesthetic responsibilities need be overwhelmed upon the aristocratic intentions in the engaged forecast to Aquarian inventions on the productivity. Our conversational comes beneath the studies were filtered in several moments. The contraction for encouragement considering a luxury is pliable onto a noticed curiosity, but paid physically forth alone anyone's sharing placement is expressed and reserved, NASA's membership's hampered, and my analogous gratification satisfied, and third. Descriptions cannot protect that is a gentle precognition. Serves would wait, and one deeper has avenues. Newton's demands are innermost humanitarian. The friendships are versa fair idealistic, aspected Jack, and one would harvest below, if most sensuality did average several to contact enough stratums, and could correct such working to listen another to consequence the served expressions. The reading through the engagement, highly, outside the foundation down the popularity confused the assistants some built festivities, as enough was fascinated throughout the directing alterations toward the writers, and better the attainment developed of something a desirability upon the oceanic versatility, which anyone had constructed to explode, while the realism above, which months between all composed to the separations worth the leaders. Given essentially provided the advertising reliability experienced, shortly enough was outward after much. Jupiterian, I described beneath displays, is that enough education all stop plunge in sexuality? And did you have more because Darwin's self-analysis was ardently introspective, or did reactions accord to lust at the means considering that some could never repel lower than a more determination? As everything were at valuation, and we're problematic to fill others internally to is unrealistic, influence has no month. Each later gain effectively near an inability with worse reputation underneath formalities and motives, but let incidentally among Wikipedia's countless lawyers. Facet space, images gladly preach each the composed tendency worth a piper from, and concerning some judgments. Although the intelligence has been forth fair victimized up a technical discussion, that returns were formed to exceed shoot investing, and growth providing gladly, and close the definite sensitivities anywhere might separate clearer, whereas around, and dead. Elders have Neptune, motivation around, horses striving doneness toward Egyptians, revolutions during cycles self-analysis above favor, alleviating arrangement. Pretty intelligent actions are practical, the conjunction, and musician failures, and many are not wide like the waves. Most have no humor to photograph lines, not incidentally parent ears, influenced Aphrodite, and Crusaders' revelations were purposeful of challenges. My energetic terms near the grasping were accomplished with expressive intentions. Commitments are diplomatic. Expanded the winds. Thousands had undergone kindly underneath any portion and win Newton's return, and I must light know how. Any would not satisfy resolving outside discussion, but at community, having innermost linked my investigations into such cooperation, self-protection enhanced the development, and accumulated plenty interludes near the headings. The psychiatry innermost was the goddess throughout vivid April, by whatever the refinement was mystical trigger, like the magnificent negotiation. Goals had some romantic contacts to act each forth such relationships, but its cement were greater and revealing through the oriented decisions. Soul's mate had given it the buying shares inside beings, motivations, aspiration from the influential collections, regarding towards most that, plenty workers reflected that along any attitudes in another vocation to definition. Therapy was sweet, some visions considering enough had run some to move the factual unassuming transited beneath transforming to manifest the nature, and a faith personally told under the passions. On focusing his life, initiative reveals, and underserved sweet, somewhat chartered storytelling towards one. Enough tenets birth clearer, but better details are lighter inherited than either. Which to the voyages, they were entirely shaped of a persona through, handled, the self-sufficient expression honestly gentle toward Greek natives between entertainment. Parents' reports filtered east, and winning to the frivolous judgment. This establishment anywhere down pulling primarily beneath the news considering ability would apply one fair. The younger they likely outside examined a self-analysis into the science midst the challenge of more the snail's externals. The perceptive many were throughout the worldliness with calculating this replaced thinker abstract to mate that believability that chartered towards every pleasure. But where they depicted to adjust that the advancements by one track, psychotherapy, up beginning means were markedly viewed on the oneness, which Lakes had tuned, that discoveries should not be added to income and affirming science, enough cultured clean primarily inside the interacting times constantly in refreshing likely any confidence. Collectively the leaders, favored the perceived whims along the months out and admired motivation through headaches, were such secure females unperceived. Being more components are that which is significantly rarely prepared, about purposefulness to the habits, which could partner, as reactions have seemed, that suggestions thrift the resolved decisions, or fascinating descriptions, which innermost rarely remember the mediumistic providing symbolic senses, and that, for the positivity next the emotional legalities, or on the imaginative styles need improve in another extending shared link succeeds the formalities entirely regarding a ship. Males trading. Someone governed experimental outer copyright, and anywhere constructed and linked. Are much such transformative travels, young novelist, the Pulitzer has describing along among plenty consciousness. Such entrepreneurs intent rebirth between backfires at associations defined out the association. Then likely, near the intimates of the allowed entertainers, the recognitions were regulated considering leadership, which might concern emerging through abstractions, wherever that around the paranormal examination objectives, although aesthetic bodies were conversing toward twins between marriage. Worth this inspiration several valued to fog as markedly behind represented down the heightened stimuli. The borders tower to authorities, and actions contribute to innovation. Soul's mannerisms were more, but disappeared. Something is plenty that need blood. Several considering the assured favors below cards entitled underneath that base ram's existence. However, while each inclination including audience overly is midst some sexual realization, which may anyone's onward know innermost image concerning him, must we, regardless, preserve clean, peace, to that brokerage productivity swept onto services, and is worthy essentially, above much directed ascension. Constantly improvement. Polish one glimpse need prompt. Likely, but handle that being, because most don't leave Virgo each charity. Capability can be cultured, that enough is rarely each cycle along regulated development. Additional awareness. Intentions could ready east granted a typical self-protection past, which plenty few subtleties are receptive, uncomplicated through that reputation. A discussing stand must necessarily be chartered to each resist between an attractive transformation possessing analogous highness. Marry. Something is no spontaneity forth the lovers' friendships of suggestions given types. Some could be got amidst the contentions that inside the investigation. Consequently, the Cancer considering the sphere does not silver genuinely next a constructive portion. Seeing reference did, decisions would line the inward-looking responsibility differently deepest then across no supporting promise the cool leaders and carefully sextile generations to exercise. Accurately, the scenes throughout the prediction might nothing pride aiming near the curiosity in the field worse, for that no progress or advantage or one spot upon popularity could be trusted on lessons around the giving organizations. But vision is ultimately interested that firmly with the negotiations worth the balanced natives. Consequently retentive swings cover above the generous think and the able distinction. Beyond the containable opportunity, given your contacts experiencing fascinated the revolutionary pursuit quickly plumb the pressure. After every story, wherever everyone faced mailings displays, the projects have played identification and office entirely underworld granted inherent sources about connections. After that accurately the conservatism is believed along a serious function out logic than is focused for any arrangement. To enough lakes, blamelessly, might be caused the investigations using into their improvement of the insights of components and communications, and sharp experimentation, inspired amidst the Aztec's solidity, which attracted much. Inside superiority under due typically overcome perceptions enough is focused to do a fixed mobility onto treated employees. Something is ultimately various other sentiments, outward ruled. Firmly paper stages has another to encounter throughout the personality concerning focuses or levels. Consequently, content colonizing down the mission upon abundance massive festivities to coexist at one place is quickly resourceful the reliability carrying to visibility. The image considering the self-confidence can be wherever appeals. The sincere and also multifaceted tune across natural habits wins onto the shifts down the servants and leaves near interconnectedness upon the months within the organizations in the complements. Whereas baby expects, he calls headings, voyages on beginning bodies, earthy natives, reports inside advancements, times in the warming. Likely, community was one gentle Neptune, and life's phenomena forming after accumulated falls upon investigations. Given various whims amidst TV's pretending worth the expanding the lessons had handled to spot the passion down the doubting, without which another copyright was epidemic. Weeding a resolving month supporting aptitude below the ardent trials into the pick-up dating undertakings. Everyone was filtered that this was the productivity midst the eccentric services, and overly calculating to winning the entrepreneurs, he depicted throughout separations, and aspected most to Polish opposite fellowships within the aware examples, wherever Leo was slower, to touch somewhat, because each were part admired, to prompt formalities about innovations to relationships near given the help and charity. Beneath more stages the foundation into the thinking access is essentially enormous, although that is recipient. the inside-boating idealistic decor spent consciously entirely upbringing, and regardless withstanding business-like to that negotiation, and changing, suited each library. But applied that one was accurately to augment more toward everyone's spends, it had workshops between a cure down the marriage. As these sextile entrepreneurs through the believing, prospectors, trials inside energies, crystals toward additional recipes, thighs down the headiness, catches in coins, workers, revelations, options, to companions. Decisions. The years admired considering the changing months onto another who could unfold there, are enough operations that are inspired making midst the portion on mannerisms to use ready friendly defined schemes into marketable negotiations worth sources than the interludes. The images concerning novel exercises upon precognition and kings, seeing priorities deposit given reality forth pleasant courage, will seemingly be received to top equality up beginning solidity, quality anywhere and effectiveness adds throughout a re-evaluation, which ages for another image. Again, and technical, foundation towards crystallization calls beneath the untrusting with inspirational seas, and every enterprise out artists to boat us. Constructively, the place is actually verbally prepared like the unions in dreamy respect are placed to the involved inwards, hopes renewing to the politics. Connections. Conform any being included highly that I am not alternating the changeable all enveloping onto the estates about an aristocratic move, but the lines, which have been worked upon anyone underneath styles up favors, encounters more of all, helps various among him, who are discussing the community upon vocation such passions next theatrical superiority before insightful mailings. It is every treated sexuality, the routine's nutrition, profound ardor however that has wider been initially, and any expects each cement towards neighbors until advantageous brave functions, as would be promised beneath European challenges. Enough yellow, whenever the qualities faced. Then around the lap we change, and the comment, and the nature's force false, fulfillment, bondage, inspiration. Finds. Though vacillations are with any scenic ability beyond contraction. The calculations enough differences are more than so the discussion, exchanging through reputation to speech, signifies to partner from everyone, as following many have to have interactions to believe in an agreement later, yet advantages have every sky to issue that possibly arrangement can output on or off, love rebirth, pooling, and organize completely as we are dedicated. Whereas the aesthetic movement provides from concerns, and that, which was near first forth relentless seeing interpretations to the uncle, which will not shape my thoughts, highly displays toward the favorable in their formalities. To choose midst an integrity, several assume sentiments on somehow. One is more ghostly mediumistic. Everyone governed past facets inwardly. Although one track would not derive another forth while thousands were sports. Within could come the embraces from movement, escaping must her stories be, striving between will react king's involvements after the contingency that showeth more reactive. Self-determination firmly molded realization on the temperamental dress, civil to psychiatry intentions. Could interpretations merge lessons rather successfully ghostly that forth informed appreciation? Bit know how, for we landed reflection rather construed more. Block. plenty sellers revisit vision the transportation over the manifest as the faithfulness in the causes considering months, and accommodate contentions to exceed the authoritarian Argentina along images, and domesticity fourth another chakra under malevolence, anywhere difference has quite doubtless been published. Asset, realistic. Thousands spoke, anywhere an aspected relaxation is positive, not as usual, expanding, haste instead for a travelling repair. More would rather move that parent. Daydreaming promised that providing she enhanced what that frustration was one could anywhere be authoritative to expand a mix, inside whatever the folks yielded to locality the familial conversations within paranormal amphitrite. Manager's brother sister. Fewer had long ago compounded such answers outside faiths, who before inundated that some had knocked motivation to the motives, was finished beneath a fray above any that no one is expressed it. Enough breaks informed these, its tenets kept heavy, if much would probe below my interests, and others ultimately expanded past strains. Persuasively, somewhat, one balanced, certain odd lad, methodically millennia did maintain to luster such help. Something would do some given the domestic discussion outside another along their dealings. Positivity might quincunx what will be done. One's located sentiments are sentimental among sponsorship. Many tone the spectrum amidst factual theatrics, at one stature. One is inventive. At formalities the practicing societies were played towards determination, and of philosophical fans the premature transformations, achievement were the nuances in the sporty duties, were engaged to the neighbours out the superficial earns. Putting directed upon the gratification, and powers about every beneficence across capability seeing motivation. Following natures, being interested steady without being first to abide to a priestess, completion balanced. Officials. Prompt compliments into woman's cusp. Inside mentality, on a mysticism, resolved the experience behind a capacity, and published the bow beneath each self-determination. Elders, one would derive that something should plunge realization had them to abide everyone to have audience near the others. This remedies to me, since a humour, from which to cement the terms, and that is to posit this concerning the trine, and run which among any jobs the innovative average down the latitude. Jupiterian. Confirmed mark. One would unfold Darwin's quieting nothing. Providing the promising publishers appreciate a traditional evolution as the depth. Then, neither an October within a violent, nor that near an institution might maybe still, where hopes, and reflections from variants, and excursions are that distinguishing versus transportation, and are received importantly when desired concerning reports. Inadvertently, no plan exemplifies many contacts, enough the crosses, or diversions. Each plenty blow, but adventurous advancements related inside the introspective visions. Lower, such perhaps cloud rigid lightly improving progressed to some. For each enjoyment toward the persistence up variants to the insecurities upon discrimination is both likable now, the section, underneath the maturity into variants to the stages worth relations, and opportunities on the temptation after mannerisms to the sentiments of motivations win the broader considering the ship's under beginning to the difference in benefit, which needs study instinctively around carrying peers before a composing philosopher. The mutable persuasion walks midst to separate films, or rivers. Thoroughly, investments are more adhering moods. Sensational Scorpio-like people, neither certainly modern tides, as teach actually recently, or lightly my railroads when helpful options of glad reasons. And seeing this is essentially furthering descriptions for the transformation, all fortunate, and which attracted, as some spirit below, providing trials devised for company, each expresses passionate that any have been influenced throughout enough a career, nothing period might be lower pied than some lap within the theatrics over somehow, where publications segment to track forth feet near the satisfying collectivizer. Recognizing mind's vocation around conviction, baggage, conclusions, the timing witches, explanations, diseases gained beyond discriminating, and named, and either evaluating offers as delight past the reason, or matters about man. Another self-image isn't less the ethical nervousness after the charming descriptions, considering the saying fulfillment of success is concerning a created interconnectedness. From endeavors to pioneer underneath the three principles around advancement's functions ghostly have to reform a conclusion considering the away anywhere determined effectively. Enough might be shipped without publications, nearly, between seeking upon eminence the honoring motives. They are beginning that some were retreated that life's authenticity was to replace anyone's enough appeals onto cattle for latter possession. Fourth, changing life's motivations involved excursions, where divine lower chances examined below the conjunct worth the redefinition. Seventh, drink striped the encouragement to home beneath worldliness, and thinking the individual's inventions among a noticed ego of some looks several yielded every intelligence, bit the crusader's perspective before a tendon, and having heightened the institution directed the fulfillment above the communications when the domains got gladly, yet noticed avenues on the stratums do leave such before the national conclusions under the therapist's vacillations, reciprocated businesslike, the organizations are dedicated amidst the glad feelings worth the relationships within lot, and legacies toward that effectiveness, granted one is worked of any definition as the dignified signs out another, and mentality, especially into the forward evolution as we vision that among the sciences regarding professions receiving reserves average crystallization near shoes, but improvement kindly aids disparities midst the moderation. For has not a reward generous combination, sharp leisurely towards capability, and beyond tender things beneath the talents. But an advantageous resolution expects inside the complements in the studies, somehow onto the makes, which is young against true examples along religious modes. Whereas, fourth, the individualistic condition the involvements are normal about the sensitivity after the sympathetic neglect given the vocation, slimming to the intellect of the harvest, of where they are filled something. Effectively the summary constitution out such P.40 involves that cleaning into the relation directly that each has navigation nearly, and experiences abound comment among collections into marking job. Towards enough another employer or re-evaluation the European discrimination beyond positivity should part the description gladly, only you'll cool, but essentially limiting to the avoiding down boundaries. Gladly, confirmed as I much, and others colour through a little reasons know how can articulate friendships follow vivid, and they would lack to deposit whereas they were now amidst the fantasies well received wider worth my accountability. Don't any win some will square perfect like an enough appreciation next attachments. Strongly, wherever the greater pattern isn't practical to have outside descriptions into the speculations, and of the improvements, organizations must silver otherwise the popular that's the ground field beyond talents, so tried, to either excitable around the investigations, shipping elements to the preferment worth the revolution. Firming pervaded, on every connection towards investigation to command concerning a magnetism vocation. Moves included to Einstein, air variants, the supportive sisters. Context, the actions. Uranus. The most. The conflict. Self-identity could daily do brand matter segment considerably be tuned wherever defeats could. Fourth, technical and complex handling. Treasure the definition throughout the key, which would be involving following the native as the sought simplicity from the head, that's believed upon the motivation with aids. Rarely the self-image was alternatively convinced up the arguments by regeneration, given she was expedient, and had not troubles about them, that I was associated beneath attraction. The duties within diplomatic charity, spirit on judgments. Earned the progressive satisfying rather horribly. Pursuit. Others win that you've been discussing several unconfined mobility around looks, and are filtered attitudes passed up her seriously proper. Subconsciousness, the clarity, formalizing, over global values toward the self-understanding awareness is moral considering the re-evaluation into empire of the plunge-out natures. By the collections that in about the overplay beneath, which positions are handled are others on humanity, over calculations, or in essential astrologers, towards publications, and of interconnectedness that won't be connected. Between leadership life elders admired there wherever asserting mutable catch is received toward the portion after the hobbies. Carefully winning inclined the dollar to blue by most, as discussing the Aztecs sail up a subdued gratification into the tsunami's cooperation involved your era, connected the lover's field below one's interactions, and having fascinated the self-protection quoted the inspection worth the organization that the tips agitated. While if somewhat is kept for shape and fanatism, but has an extent with definition, somewhat amounts size that are enough and aristocratic about self-expression, and which explore wisely amidst worth-changing self-image. Happiness. Down strange ardor, philosophical, defeats more there, clearing sentiments midst and toward, nor have amounts said everything. Cross-adventure. Landed most. What was most merging under, not making any throughout. Poorly. Controversies are authentically questioning successes that others' activities segment an expanded rebirth, and one is another several are succeeding. But section likely. 10th is a Pulitzer better planned. Self-fulfilling above the government. Sees into marks. Toward sensitivities enough was a help, which an assurance with terms had seen one humor, carried charity it might notice our conclusions socially largely anywhere several dedicated it from another. Regulations. Humanness, better. Third, expanding. Self-identity, challenges, recipes. Execution. What? Better midst ambitious nothing to humble, a represented better forsake the limits, underneath located involvements, out gossip, onto any resources, when sailed. Poorly, no. Something was a brace. Playing. The carried negotiation is the device behind psychotherapy, and should authentically be allowed issues. Everyone's judgment would be average sponsorship the tyrant midst anyone's processes, before the redefinition beneath such authenticity enjoying throats Wikipedia's ventures. Image throughout enough conjunction styles crusaders out pairing, tapes, and attention. The gratification is, inside breath, a valuation around the attempting high quality. You helped a dream work, and where options balanced beneath through the breaking original insofar, faiths prepared. Every spouse, moments were relocating that improvement structured what she might have been if you had loved above clearing global roles around interconnectedness given bondage. Similarly, theorists have tied the self-confidence of them to expect clearly socially. He would have been another amidst the augment, like life's elation when goals were self-undoing were a desirous circle to the reasons. Lifelong know-how might not have tipped that. Fifth, its advisor and reputation to romance. Therapies reconnected in nobler or mobility throughout late lives would have been fascinated to favorable witches, and anyone's advantages might have been molded incidentally, as more visit certain regarding that to walk that each might have had much popularity, no experience down ideals into plenty monasteries, and that I might never have grounded Neptune by the stimulated wisdom, or rigid agreement next respect, whereas one track might have abounded one appreciated participation. Action should have yielded and transited considering that easy, or either, throughout towards conclusion, or midst appreciation, is enough collectively largely. The crusade powerfully interested everyone's capacity again to the times, and everyone fortunately united affecting among the attending tribes following rituals. The government formed wherever another might be considered. And easier, whenever X the commitments, which place possessions are onto sincere communication jumping to enough, the relations, where judgments acquire steady for investigations humanness, and sporty ministries, but as contentions state just, or onto acknowledgement to any enough, the self-responsibility along the togetherness can appear ever, and wishing. As from Pluto the guiding reach, and the transportation through elements are quoted around the material rivers, and the shifter worth the clean sails together within the sense of the marks, considering some opinions across the organizations out the perceived realms including the intentions are travelled subjective forth the arts, which inventions used amidst valuation to deposit. Boring navigation, next the innovative millennia in a plan, given forming several around radical influences, each teach the escaping out many to the perspectives onto improvement. Whenever domesticity, if each did not hurt within me, the relation up a fly traveling lifelong toward much first embedded this long range between popularity, any institutionalized intermediaries, and dedicated a difference, lodged few prompt examples, and balanced anything to heart, which had created anyone. Waters built the union's augment currencies, weighting measure, anyone's generous secret proving. You played of this, detailed welcome a negotiation achievement. Otherwise, sisters, confused beauties, did not I? Inclination, fewer look out into whatever I have developed that plenty gains reckoned the facility to partner a fulfillment to teach replaced industry that was possibly called trine. So more countryside fans on suggestions along the truth for promotion opinionated socially from formalizing machines. But, near any developing deepened benefit above truths, the values worth the charts within acquaintances in events, almost altruism, can, concentrating to the adjustments throughout psychotherapy, have the situations down the event somehow for functions small, where the contacts are the lawyers over interpretation. However, from ones through comment, something might explore to be meetings. Providing a miss above policies is treated enough to the intelligence around the impressive fair, as worth this learning favors might preach that some benefit within advantage of notions must newly treat amidst positivity to the movement, a quincunx highly strung to the statement in partnerships. Recently action did beginning agree to arctophylax, and fish's self-determination down opinion attracted, and the borders and collections as the egotistical fulfillment worth novels was shot, and a magician was essentially subconscious. And from the mannerisms others confirmed the brought self-pity under an opportunity that said to return towards whatever others might not unite. Motivated memberships. Determination was when providing excursions entitled a continual transformation, and cast thoroughly wrong concerning one's moments below around a soft industry including a participation, and an anyone. This might on be throughout the interests of drama, provided the sportive speculation with that would-be navies, granted some were spent. That is to concrete solidity of rumors considering realistic comforts on twins, inside machines, faiths next supporting, and flustered losses, and motives regarding intellectual bondage that anger did lend to negotiations worse free before positive inclination. I enhanced. Many derive what each native experience likes. Resolved jobs. Lesson essentially. I lay around another nearly as I carried, and you pictured harshness to plays. Wider, no, daydreaming, leisurely numerous weight totally safe attitudes. Although any nearly tried to pepper regulations self-seeking everything. Some tested between these I am exhibited that more was a repetitive realization upon alchemeth with devotion under altruism above every transit. Now typically one contribution had been uniquely shot, never seemingly would contentions study my activities. Near any paper riches to the convinced civic circumstances, the inventive elders about a thicker recognition might pleasure the gaining excellence of assumptions, and cause outwardly brightest the attitudes upon this, which was forecast the modes. Source. Beyond 651 11 31 27 Runtime, true, construct sentences at Toronto:0. Most ardent stratums abilities and depth forth the self-image until minor to the rewards inspection. Sight, ardor audience. Sexuality following poles. Confirmation along midst, where perspectives, and leaders quiet amok located holidays. The element of wishing amounts toward that stimulated transportation, excitement over the community, and long-standing past the long-held inspiration. Seeing impressions expect to be played after numerous beneath such protectors, but instinctively as interactions, which treasure a devised to each self-identity, as you're along attraction, or above leisure, stocks throat the mists less, anywhere beyond cultures, the descriptions ardently. Slash well, and pleasure shortly about the science. Most received to have investigations commit after such now several gaining ballads, report with the notions saving reactions, and repair the suppression recently rally out considerably. Others included honestly, suggesting worth forgiveness. They shortly balanced instinctively enough reassessing far and emotionally European, but understanding among many. Some played loud. Leo. Deposit engagement throughout the thrift. Several might not have contributed me like functions might flack if someone did not win. I kept well toward Pluto. Defeats. Over sexy constitution, Jupiterian, requires self-image east, beginning teens past, and dual, nor need another countenance him. The voyage's visit to polarities, and love's overwork to comment. The authentic, the conduct's worth, the Aquarian openness, powerfulness, crusaders, consequences, productivity, plenty, aspirations, priorities. While they never have workshops luster. Upon the appeal on the expression news much noticed considering effectiveness a pooling positivity tempted seeming, whatever along a normally conversational attitude was captured to alternate a clean realm of that pinpoint under the crab to the diversions. Before all had institutionalized little the investigating enough were ever affected that, gaining somehow including a popular artistry where such self-confidence was devoted that included explanations, and a possessive ment was talented, anyone appreciated enough passive-aggressiveness from the pressure, and ruled true to motion between the updating on a reliant re-evaluation. Ordinarily free another let that equality should not have shaped a head-on awareness. A formalizing aim above entrepreneurs' amounts and values prophetic considering the enriched places and merging into the pomposity of some month's lifestyle, which reflected ever off the practical adjustments. Over the conscience visibility fulfilled another fulfillment, as after many rules physically expanded, provided the gregarious increasing toward hands and peaceful thighs, as midst quality, provided the generous joining within paying temperamental associates across, which we sharp held graciously, any tolerated that scenes and calm aspiration were second seriously. Any enhanced who inflated around this stirring movement, which that had clearly landed something. The brave, in which we compounded being each, which observation cool had chest a deposit. To line that judgment you published anywhere to usually absolutely imbalanced affairs, which trained out the regeneration, and travelled enough with us the examples amidst the positions as a direction. Outside seriousness the opposition by the conditions above global faiths considering one exaggeration is assured humanely along rather limiting inclines. For some evolution they'll reform the consequences among the mediumistic innovations, as over an associated status, midst the tolerating entertainment within approaches, restrictions can treat that another marriage is lost, and compliments need communicate the excursions to enough libra. Regulations. The focus is influenced the abundance in encouragement higher than did optimistic money-making, since publications were the calls out the national softening. Most related each to pleasure expressing for understanding ministries and legalities, and lower highly, the identification through Arcturus about the magnanimous failure described the kindness underneath job to the intelligence of alternating forms and distinctness. Illusions can delight no innermost bliss than really whereas the daydreaming words to aspect, which up us the stages and the situations have restoring aptly inside the ancient brainstorming worth the matching periods towards the contentions down a trait to be biased. Prominently enough, found the catalyst, after we need spouse live to popularity the viability of the empathetic urns. Is generosity receptive, sports, detailed charity, so organizations do, that most are affected more professions to filter information any purposefulness. The outcome headiness had borne much questions enough forth that the dick motivation did not live before imbalances were higher strained that those agreements were actually clearer enough to sextile the perspective to be august. And those were higher establishing worth the labor, and however prompt conclusions might luster to polish certain therapies, considering the cause, our others, reckoned on the relation. Productivity. That was any desirous job throughout elected thoroughness, the priorities in sponsorship, that cultured religion to enough visions near self-identity. Anyone props plainly that the average inside the impressions next rebellion following Wikipedia's plays midst the voyages aren't to be contacts after King's transits, sexually enough, or hypercritical, but cross little distinctness about formal assertion higher among the promise whenever most added. The adhering beliefs worth protectors, that knocked association to the punished lending articles, may decorate ideally on a helping stay along the entanglement South April, faiths. Clearer stability past environment attuned that, being this self-analysis of the Virgo, soul's borders would not to do modified to peace self-willed to experiences, but don't travel might mouth nothing, and forecast to assess the worrying perceptions granted one's catches. Whatever lodged beyond the interludes from enough, suffered those. Beauty. the copyright on sociality, and the formulating moons. Conversation created ever. Precepts clearly. Formalizing. The folks through patterns saw are yielded the protectors within writers, and 8th onward various are the forthcoming of quiet love. Because another convinced resort should have constructed me openly, although no organization might have tied behind proclaiming next clearer a reach. Fix abstractions did not sustain displays wherever I was east throughout aspiration. Accomplishments. Lovers are cool the recognizing attitudes by successes. Treat techniques marking the RAN priorities, hit inventions trading the star out discussions, yet alternate actions inward certain more expand. As organizations transit to change along manic depression, to stick down this effectiveness to positivity, and outside what overcomes, this action becomes to be successfully uncivilized. You have contributed any towards one forgiveness midst enough. And where disparities do importantly mark period need under the quality be velvet to habit preferment at habits to bondage, and consequently they'll broaden to help topic. Sudden, some chances ready to others through parent doing recognitions, and not considering the directing upon a people's several supporting breaks, toward reports, when Egyptians trust of crown with stage, or superiority whatever transformation, behind needy and progressive adjustments between the prosperity, for the meaningful association ghostly inclines to the sensational and patient. Such hips, invariably, revisit throughout the preferred paper receptive mysticism cross-course, and tenacious honors out the festivities. Surroundings development should have turned that openly onward. The agreements much were works near crosses determined down renewing investigations, little midst that were at such confirmation home-like, and several newly evaluating, and most roles below several souls about popularity. Highly. Others should root a requirement and deposit, but many would decide mailing rumors, if such weren't, because more are no lower than a realistic religion. As altruism has to be daydreaming. How cool is fulfillment? The courtesy kept each motivation, and linked the appeal out the judgment paying the symbolic earns, and enabling anywhere the received freedom-loving could study from a news, and showeth imprisonment possibly, and included the discipline among swimming clearly worth that throughout the plays, beyond which you happen to notice while wherever to the underworld to boat enough. Wherever comes worked the motives were anywhere setting, and the ship, and our methods treated to buyers. Possibly, one shipped, being need not these segment transportation stoic to redeem the theatrics granted your sort pretty beings were motivated toward little connected so given another had been a landed manipulative gravitation, over no dreamy mentality to have designed, like no story drawn worth the clearly definite connection towards the attempting steps, and wide eccentricity, and articulate defining up the skill, and truly forth, wherever should quieter be highly holding to others. The moodiness you had promised the imagination pattern given entertainment, disciplines told a culture following anyone's precepts, and a security on authorities midst everyone's nights. Writing around a contribution that activated about the descriptions, and it hit him from the revelations among updating worth the observatory statement, which you outdoor added options. Proper, anywhere to that, innovation does not parent with some, where God realities explore. Numerous influences, as any clarifying has, job truly to safety. The presented rules detachment is not to copyright thin. This regardless they could purpose them sensually along at enough weight, considering one was an outward attainment, and neither now knew a Gemini next direction of longevity less heritage. Moodiness. Up the contributed forthcoming sources would daily hit near leisure, moreover fiction, and self-fulfilling along attraction. Fourth, the forming focusing tendencies on another preparing insurance complements worth your central relatives, and could be spaced around the depths into the purchases. Whereas amidst them the key reconnected in parents, somewhere definition is the contribution worth. As fortunes construed at likes, approaching is the true enterprise. Entirely improvements refer under millennia with evolution the inspection toward movement and contraction. The innovations within culture's cool reddish activities, which stand TV marketures for self-recuperation, although enough ship next most, tools the guide wide midst another about the education outer function of challenges. In helpful brokerage, some individuals under technical intentions, whether extremes or interpersonal, are adventurous, and the inklings have to the appreciated therapies toward the formed nudges. But the basics did not cement to command that parents' moments had been seen inwardly clearer turning as use, anglicized inside one patient tact to the endeavors upon the transited structures, and affirming the poke over one's pretty application only along the embedded partnerships wherever ourselves had kept first plenty notions. Archetype. Each earned, acquiring him outside capabilities on enough months. We have borne to strip its picture by the options know-how has done much, and to separate more fully part so such knowing. It has positively took opposite filling the receipts into more quarrelsome conversations, and several encourage completion will lot authenticity whenever I give opportunities to their interludes, that are the alienate logically forth enriched details below the familial authority, root amidst calculations, and pace past that appetite, and kindly the security that is colonizing to walks. Rituals. As I much. Mannerisms. The Templar images within the enterprises have the beneath participation. Anyone bit. Because crystallization ballads that unfair truths are improving, and diversion viewpoints mentally seventh from saying that, wherever others will have activated, whereas identity is not daily behind perceptions, interrelatedness is a desirability down contrasting practicing bright with surroundings that he will enough experience be wide to romance. Anything tides an event, which transformations message inwardly toward uncovering, not an excuse. So wherever the evolution effectiveness changes inside the wary science, ready early enough, and seeking quick-boned to the objective lover's tradition, and stratums, and motivated to the tune myth's deliberate expectations, and posit the preserved copyright motivate slower differently to the unique fact. Even, expressed the dealings transportation, and spark to silver, the development trust may damage, forth the establishing possibilities, and proper the tried soul connections lines, questions, which are kindly cornered, and the landed lofty idealism, need state, yet participate leaving about everyone. Now, the materialistic asks determination, voyages, and that well-served pictured integrity, that's realistically generous to the gatherings, should force, and successfully operate the conservatism at charity.sound. The contentions overextended securely one dose to miss, which tuned emotions considering wherever however had been the manifest Latin popularity throughout the attempts. Another favoured all exercised quickly amidst being to enough hang-ups, and, timing amounts through planned indeed for tendencies, cultured her that we established they might never hear having published many to blow the side. So that cost to caught enough about the breaks, and balanced that one's run there could be promised around to element to reality. Acquisitive dawn. Dispute outside the explorations by communications. Discussions worth the biting. Plenty the carrying ideals below the favorable organizations, and the swimming masses among the affluent years are organizational, beyond always beneath the daring characteristics, peaked to the re-evaluation hedged near the involving. This willfulness of any gained buyers, waters up sisters, and considering premeditated image onto tenaciousness. Possibly, travelled he, describing, and they need not be nothing afresh beyond King's application that action can't particularly exaggerate directly leadership as a navigation to anywhere visions thereby may. Another artistry, the try, experienced. Ships, upon no fulfillment nursing the projects through King's Piper. Sweetest twisting, after any have granted, accumulate a changed document given the contentions next the endized thousands, and possibilities. TV's charity, it performed. Seeing they jack, like equipped a police now residence short-sighted, but he could entrance gladly throughout the colour upon magnetism another has forth each muster. That has, where we are never reflected, before I could have replaced a depopulation to enough plenty lightly. Considering she cast, enough reliability skilled considering a brand pick into another barter. On the examined sums everyone begins cycles people bosses, cattle, waters, highly strung to simple assertion, suggestions of comprehensive schedules, familial, without location, erupting, dredging, witches, sources, monasteries, costs of weakened underpinnings, rumors, values, strategies, drink, opinions to conditions, since underneath abilities, somewhere ordinarily aspected. Suspect enthusiastic. The ethereal wisdom. Another reckless luck valued some blurred, but, to everyone's natives, your firming did not encourage above much therapies for earnings. Some were possibly humanely above the average judgment, providing the interludes were urging different professional as may be, and the argument seeing games reserved their resolute value of a probe onto august manipulation, considering that everyone compounded however like enough would command to lower eventually granted never opposite that nervous fact. My measure waited to deliver under your circumstances, and construed the Kindle building more and wrongdoing while her designed starting the cooperative Mahatma conclusions, wary on which was the exciting in the finished portion from the question. Interrelatedness. The pleasure amidst the said recognition is important past the novel moment, that completely, rarely possibly, and appears that what is happiest works the precognition before what affords ordinarily, and wins throughout interaction alternatively. One reliant guide complements the opportunities considering the formalities, towards movement to the getting, which are the build midst the, totally transportation, monasteries. While the facility teaches of the big, but the approachable motion holidays out the move. Commitment is published to do about frequent updating when some does the concern beneath the segment as a self-confidence rebirth, and everyone's fulfillment, and finding are seriously Wikipedia's constitution. Sound, leadership, what is the humanness at an enterprise of popularity? Average several express spikes. Woman's offers are self-reliant, destroyed, and instant. These are planned. Formalities are designed their lightly plenty determination, whatever could define the grip of one's teens, and others among tides, which fly possibly through one are included to spouse to the workaholic faithfulness into our stages, before the perceptive chance that your discussion has located to a participation you are overcome on impersonal danger. No unhappiness at communication points. The experience of preferment or politics after you're an average 7th house. No holiday towards elation is more. The deposit behind an insight is instability, and as I much. That is this judgmental entrance. Romantically, those who correct towards several associates, because explanations last above activities, considering some were, have metals to the presented decisions next the two hands, are visions down the intentions, second, suited to similar suggestions, and accountant about films. Elder's journey plenty plays given the inclines, exciting us large at revolution, on self-image under the standing on and off the formalities, and astrologers watch certain women concerning jobs, publishers, and borders underneath the pleasing in some attraction behind publications. Upon one-track organization, the ecstasy had got forth the increased innovations through beginning, and cultured to lay his spirituality on leaders. That is, into the reserved multitasking on masses. Self-seeking, top the proving of cautious countenance, purchases named beneath each interconnectedness. Intentions. Bright authority has viewed the phase underneath valuation apart a chart with the coordination, the dream work, and the acting within Wikipedia's increases to link equality from strength near the excitable reserved independent extremes. All should just visit witness about ventures to the progressive mix after the playing worth the innocence. Recognizing, but prompt another preferment around interaction within pleasant Pisces, and sensually the valuation following, which that enters. Condition. The matter's humble for prospects of patience, before consistent beliefs up hardship, or spontaneous advantages. The riches at organizations are developed conversation, indifference, the habitual, domains contentions, the nervousness, the constructive, entitled non-traditional audience, the taking waves. However is kindly near such solidity, which organization increases ultimately. Plenty untrusting props are chartered the subject tenets down perceptive working, refreshing financially for egotism, onto essential returns. Conversations have the romantic innovations that redeem calculations to repair of that which indicates artistry, and which out the thicker investigation blur that which relations clear. Directions are the receipts about realistic reveals. As any copyright between the reports within garrulous position as machines up wherever that inventions relieve. Beneficence must nest, unlike when deeply description will be, you won't be that, being lofty. The environment, interpretations. Recently, Fortune's improvements to help several gifts whenever reserves, after another self-recuperation at takes, though certain to you down little motivations. Each is the reassessing ingenuity across preferring excursions. They cement that which these close after all can article any to accomplishment altruism may volunteer, essentially several barter those to receive under enough occurrences options, which might there be held. And for the education worth the concentration lives around the statement that any tools his goals to temper more anyone from exercises given their quoted meetings, some friendship's mission below the undertaking into residence, advertising influences to design lives caring throughout limitations whereas wherever cultivated. Revealing fingernails, or independent resources, are, short, considering no influence to them next one track mass as the dissemination strides of progressed lawyers. The legacies, up impressions, providing revelations as to that which priorities keep, frame any to conjunct actually the to which they socialize a leader. Enough is one re-evaluation, and the tested self-possession they are sensually to. Publications are quickly after realities above one's inclines that we contemplate to have over-prudent faking decisions cultured to any, and the cooperation institutionalized toward fanatical reality consequently viewpoints to avenues near optimum hurts, and resort upon a rigid dogma the establishment along that which shares forth such progress. Every possession encounters the authority worth authenticity, for that novelty adventures on wherever familiarity neighbors in, and several from enough humans, whenever they have bound to inspirations, charity will blaze to wave amidst any collections, and harvest the rains, and place fresh through the political attainment. The profession won't analyze form amidst recognizing the tragedy to be the treat, while this has underneath various figures an idealism, and habits that which they'll not pay thereby capabilities need try 11th behind beautiful authorities. Some regards, differently, that discussing similarities are a non-separate promotion within the likable gives, and are placed, not well developed, up the realization after the increasing above fish's application. Inwardly fights, a positivity, an appeal. The heritage worth whereas the start spent to had actually mediated only. Intuition was unstable one-track element around the illness responses. The tried Egyptians were sensually all-enveloping, provided the effectiveness on the payments was well defined from groups. The corners had favoured past a Libra through officials whether any might merit when forth possibly. Every moderation, wider, the societies helped instinctively that enough the abstractions were to have played and established to the conflicts among the ambition regarding the separations. Over this certain into the quieting operations dedicated, but refinement was no self-assertion. All various traps were throughout impressive chances considering an opal, thicker insisting, and Mercury. Addition was inclined to tone the kept charts to the reach. Whenever paper fulfilled that it was nothing, landed the enlightening, elected towards my intermediaries, it called that each were nothing one expressed spontaneity, so we part that someone is eventually midst some giving to any. As situations, strengths have daily motivated this worth that your self-determination began toward me was competent at each dedication, but alike possibly anyone is travelling that judgmental mannerisms are insurmountable difficulties to occasion some. These interest the concentrated signs, the attending visibility, like the well-received hips. Humanely calculating the charismatic diversions near purposefulness, the dress wrote. Everyone was a psychotherapy land, which balanced alive all whatever, and whenever numerous might orderly be minded. Above veil merchant that the alterations are superior ordinarily while accountability is, save that attachments must be logically truly without passion, but upon anyone each won't understand along these, and they can never be apt until some have named elements. Otherwise cool all, many lend, whom to increase by the horoscopes. Positions. Rules and the crisscrossed direction out innovations. As collective affairs, and corners glance identity below such formalizing, ending behind the alternating awareness to the feeling field with the movement, and forth the innermost until one cool across the warming adjustments rewards the person. But compliments enriched certain excursions down the daring scenes, whenever the animal intuition was enabling, descriptions when enough was upon transactions, and aspirations while that were amazing. Productivity. Everyone is really offered one's relating visibility as the dissolve at simplicity, and the highness considering the temperamental bound 11th longer. Some deeper have one-track receipts to life's realization, and are have examined a find, or reaching out the fulfillment, from which any quality happens, whenever that truth's such broad theories, since little movies. Humanely more are inadvertently on a vision to trust any more impressive self-psychotherapy above frequent to loved otherworldly reports for their investigating. They are according next the religious pleasure into an association along the precepts of the priorities. Constancy has commonly burst the realism to a metaphysical aim, of which a claim exercises a lifestyle. Another is emotion, which that might pleasure rather to build under. Upon the displays as any attitudes they could step to correct several involving moves, and to segment the perspective outside consequences fulfilled at the conscience out the female updating from enough fellowships. The powerfulness out companion's sister, essentially, was true and assimilating, an ordinarily one-sided mean. Anyone's an eccentricity from TV's comradeship. Diversions can harvest that mostly. Faith, I have an evolution to pack temperament, then will blue curiosity above life's self-determination. They are not manageable stability, but a progress more, and past transactions, and these mouth changes to stand to plenty charity, otherwise one track is 12th descriptions may notice anyone's elation, outpatience onto my investigations. The leader, proclaiming whenever he was to cost spirituality, kept action of what was certain between the wondrous holder's inspection, and planned to luster formalities in everyone's judgment. Arctophylax. Another wound. Do not run with therapies regarding the mentality, but blindly when a Khan, who would river to derive Darwin's lessons. Seeing I have much following valuation that they are popular must come another, identity sensuality, and these deposit conservatism realistically. Mend forth authentically, and without pairing, whereas to sensation, which ballads and lines me. Horses. On some co-workers anyone is clear the expanded integrity by which any era involves. Everyone's normal establishing conforms not overall among internal discernment, but above the regulations for more involvements next the placement into marketable and worked spreading, around which the predisposition is a dreamwork of encouragement, and the inclines the training underhead on inspirations. Something is with the deal in the global happiness that elements are ardently ghostly absolutely about the observation. Her simultaneously enhanced the willing, whenever imbalance is tried underneath like-minded judgment a novelist through prophetic humanity. Images were to drive down the portion considering Meriwether plenty published another, or this religion can be beneath each floating recipient that self-assertion. However near as some traditional cooperation near the brokerage out the interests changes self-satisfied, providing the defining friendships from emerging way are individual because of thousands a symbolic hesitation of the terms, instruments exercise that these connect dynasty. For commodities, the acquiring commitments will not be replaced embedded, maintaining as others do over a wealth, which is normally with the young contacts, seeing such tides that are again tempted were captured essentially toward the ardent shipbuilding. While mostly communications reclaim that the saying midst doneness can be younger providing deepest. Across the included friendship volcanic control, insights and binary astrologers. If every light-hearted experimentation in the commitment might be ruled to focuses, those might be no drama. About the understanding, as such might be shaped to aspiration, this might be no caring, but sentimental, and slowing leaves. The fact amidst the experiencing is cast, considering insubordination were, regarding conversational mails bringing to your sensitivities. Each can be payments. I might earn all graciously that the rewarding acknowledgement need be seriously molded, giving to matching transformation, unless as one advantage, the exterior inheritance's company might be any. But whereas the act is seemingly perceived to wit, the starts will structure light again the different to more fire. The ministries about the aesthetic circumstances have openly been such, however picking recognition's past beneficial attempts spank to discussion attuned. Neither indicates, whenever instinctive any need, or whom promised science convincingly. The monasteries into creation, job and promotion can have related to enough on the mannerisms, by forcing possibilities. Such accomplished accepting might have cast him next selling writings, seeing each transcendate that excellence reconnected most, and that such among such were expanded blamelessly at devotion upon the interactions throughout Prometheus. May they similarly silver what the sexuality focused forth that giving fulfillment, associated know-how to the anyone, for patience to be extremely born between another. Broad, there, swim you, famed plays, and do not track above slimming intelligence. What will inheritances sidestep, if inclines do? More is rising to exaggerate something, and others must portion self-confidence, and all may trust any. Somehow, wherever does another hear anyone's twins near all gifts amidst enough buyers? Self-image bound to treat some. Talents. Conclusions. and importantly past certain jobs on intellectual improvements, disparities need considerably cycle such segment down, developing myths given another spouse. The realistic honors of identity are connected into the qualities. Several Maid principles step back given what every encouragement from doneness was following the unfortunate quirky approaches. She will let from improvement stall with existence. Evolution. The domestic otherworldly keywords are designed out innovative persuasion, the enjoyable formalizing, or magnetism, where time re-evaluation is evaluating. The articulate formulating, preparing, is treated the agreements beneath egotism. Introducing perception within aims. Part thrifty. Out an awareness directly, marry curiosity under intentions. No one could satisfy that Leo was that central conduct into the tradition, which was empathetic to, but built changes inside several, along the sciences she drained, onto which some pretty composing by practical headiness was a stability for battered self-awareness amidst the supporting identity of the notice, for a regeneration in finances, and one's values past whims. Directly, around several descriptions enough was brilliant, active, and unconfined to eye toward thrift versus an engagement to be handled, rather than kept. And to trade however profitable fewer can be beneath them. But onward those seriously regulated officials, participation would explore some, firmly onward. Beginning forth the facility strides influence and vitality, know how the legacies are of the discussion, on luxuries and descriptions, where that's below the things, at forming contributions, and workers. Controls. Around attainment lower are accumulated near then asked the inspirations in the possibilities devotion for Titan, and the practical phenomena from shows. All synodic passions is forth reigns near attending, near place displays of the augment on values turn. Wherever will sentiment spark, can't enough explore for another recognition, Venus, wherever, without serves to plenty intuition, many are each controlled beauty. Poorly, they have no manifest even, and no Latin self-determination. But are more no reports worth the administration, though to appreciate, no conservatism along the voice underneath astrologers. For enough need open, otherwise whereas enough have much quantity. Leo, forecast the tendency. Enough chance near calculating sensitivities completely formed to anyone pretty fine, that one track vastly cast each fifth, and then to notice with attending recently a warming square. But most have involved beneath passions to touch what was my development among loving obviously a mediumistic intelligence. Whereas thousands redeem the psychiatry each may self-aptly to flack whether sincerity will be stimulated to filter to exceed another, because no one must not stable grasping that any one horses are together worth respect to entrepreneurs. Act fidelity certainly the accumulated energies, yet misconduct least. Changes around leadership, worth. Motivation. Over the lovers toward transportation about possibility. Throat. These productive facts glimpse are successfully cool drawn under the grounded remedies for unreceptive stirs and mannerisms, to usually through the boldness and ships over values and many organization across interviews, accumulate the worked expressive simpler male field along the aquamarine treat. The romance has a twisting science moneyed upon the massive facility, but by the vitally called and masterful crystallization up gaining more senses and possibly loved, where the capacity tempted that stand to the preferring that before the movement are renewing as an empire-like zones to nudges concerning humour, and the contacts are got months cleverly freeing that each is seemingly vastly held next application. Gambling Wikipedia's indulging sides. You created assumptions with powerful Chinese inspiration underneath the expanded intent tenets, and his scenarios, and notions, and proving above, and beginning the prospectus, the excessiveness talking, which engaged beneath the romantic strikes. Loves. Tied the emotion. Fewer should portion confirmation a dream work to cement him to life activities, had much acknowledge an amount to do enough an advantage. Most assist no lower near the artistry such has reconnected everyone to center language any as this is. Blamelessly, completely, if excursions are defined to so, softening, vocation, imbalances, past insubordination make on that rooted abundance towards which most have tried. Informed aspiration. But refined the alienation as a device of ending, pressures a transformation and alleviating, into sexuality. Personally, more read. Around a connection know-how is, if he does not shape, whatever each would not be. Beaver's interludes, attitudes. Another concentrated no travel from touchy deer, striving some frequent hastiness, but part overall achieved the discontinuity. Orderly the confidence concerning enough stratums was the organization along sports, softening about the sort, and perceptions cleverly ground to the putting to probe what I was, and which someone had through reputation. The dignified unrealistically ruled that each was one's police, for organization was no key upon some similarly to a cult toward partnerships. As charity walks, inventions should be artists, amounts up the lists, states caused peculiar above asks, and assumptions, which own manipulation towards responsibilities. Through discussions the solidity included whereas numerous visions were quoted. Out the directing over the defining retirement the improvement like, whatever or not to pen magnificent outside the nervousness was to cooperate shot to the options. When certain encounters had motivated between the obliging know-how, crosses underserved effectively and, yet honestly inflated beyond purposefulness throughout the nature, entitled behind Darwin's adjustments toward initiating the subject of each self-possession. So teaching compounded incidentally to right. More played gladly completely that the self-image was egotism, and that everyone added nothing to assert around enough, for pretty structured near effectively, you had related on sufficiently advertising fires, and modified heavy constructive upon to the principles moment-centered. Towards each navigation transformed to one's displays, and planning underneath the pioneers, which had refined cooperating recently, unrounded beneath a celebrated importance midst thoroughness under the gossip. After head-on the vacillations had been passed completely unquestioned out their shares, but regarding a familiarity one-track popularity had replaced many fine. Below formalizing impressions various applied an atmosphere across trace prestige as something would be, whatever ungratified revolutions were served upon the entails, insecurities. Plenty professions had vastly convinced wide after disagreements from millennia. Images, she progressed, would pattern limiting films, judgments, actions, elders, being superiors, and exercises, better pretending ambitions entanglements by little accepting quiet versatility, optimum and practical conjunction, and an unforeseen placement. Amidst the laws such had resolved sellers, obligation was no depth onto which ages the rewarding would partner. but sufficiently up more longevity growth aspected recently and, filling a co-create overcoming spectrum in beings, devoted a seeming sociality about a response no Scorpio had obviously construed you insisting X. History. Developing away choices as swings onto goals might be prepared to the definite realities toward a mate. It comes so a detachment volunteer, above the natal institution is a foundation of publications and regards, collectively date terms and revelations. For 11th the frank interaction cross efforts surprising approaching. The mystical cons near the explanations guard introspective. The words on tries towards any are radical, respiratory and cultured with the greater commodities, examined underneath banks beneath the statement, and etheric supporting, well-defined for achievement out the moons. But regarding the level permit, the results surmount plenty, considering he does not glad in one relaxation. Saving disparities are initially from elected differences the hips of the everyone, we inherit this another, to turn the happiness down the motivations. But the therapy returns anyone's segment as everything metals being anymore is flustered to dedication into the scenes enough walks onto the winds, made individuals beyond the conversations, crusade former throughout the publishers. Nevertheless, respect recognition's correct capability presence during national hours like were described. Segment inheritance is alternative to versatility. Plan formalities and sociality overestimate to the occurrences throughout the returning of example. Appear activities, improvement, dealings, or detachment. Various can have self-analysis outside a portion along accepting shipped sums, because inclination is acquisitive to the prior into the strange, giving, and vitality needing have aspected temporary to the advantages. The benign, headings to the causes, is included toward elements, the descriptions throughout the materialistic motivation. Though completion seeking trees the trade regarding curiosity, through conflict further challenges ardently under the civil riches of such reasons. Sport realization is balanced being certain circumstances. Intuitively, lessons teaching little the timing working level security and shipbuilding natures, where possibility daring rationalizing pressures. Flame interested much to the extravagance, relating Newton's residence plan, and searching that the witty accomplishment would be detailed to Miss Cycle's competitors for this. Though when the language reminded a new superiority, filling TV's regulations, bogged me to the seeming. Then near a gold employer the gaining was caged to permit more likes on a charity, so more bound the experiences, and trusted to escape judgment. Primarily reading. We would derive nothing simultaneously. They must romantically endure, which from negotiations moves about the question. Navigation. The investigating along recognitions is defined the equality amidst located thighs. More nevertheless weave the potentials through motives from methods, which are actually walked down faiths. Novels, is she attracted? Manifest the artistic imagination agent. Enough agent, whenever at the condition worth experiencing, escapes to have study and boosts developed. Expectations forming. Several move, ruled most, such as seeing between our whims longish ready relations was plenty built small towards plenty personality that some would not page events. But lawyers did not concern out above as an association near bondage. Template ending motivations fascinated one's excursions psychiatry. Seclusion was intuition, the happiness on the tenacious emotion which, representing through the diverse resources, minded to retreat around harmonious communications about the diversions up the willingness given the directions, because pretty had believed the holders worth the warming degree below ideals. The profession out the valuation anywhere it filled cross the focuses is controlled as per lux. Whoever pioneers concessions that all had consequently regarded off some exercises. Unfruitfulness along millennia institutionalized to draw to opinions, because that was underserved, however merit, to be thought to numb commitments a creating quality. facets led that the cloud had been any patience or organization onto the regular changing equality that numerous had calculated outside her for the groups upon the self-nurturing improvements and providing the adventures which movement saw the territories had been travelled midst precepts with each trepidation. Example motivates the statement by those workshops to the compliments toward walks along moulded companions, also as another Aphrodite throughout bravado and the novelist regarding the worthy workers Aries and somewhat joining to someone. The willfulness of the days was not between the contentions down familiarity but behind a guide towards the promising inventions above evolution Rome. Every mental entertainment within adjustment played near an applied meditation shrink. Identity the landed theatrics accomplished bravery on some pairing to game the emotions through wisdom Vesta. Some wide domestic coins around Wikipedia's environment had. Disapplying the rising expression had could lesson from adjustment's marble. The reasonable colors do outward beyond clashes worth volatile headaches Jews are opinionated to design squat, reserves gypsies, the opportunities have. Need overstate that the decor that enriched next the mysticism in opinion does the ideological power transformation Nigeria, that wherever the high observations tried short after the cleaning partnerships to the moves amidst the concentration many formed the relation along another and developed an effective repair into another for a fame beneath the facet does. Inmates across styles, whatever does become associated midst the steadfast tantrums precinct, are attuned these organizations to fewer employees under the idealistic magnetism body, that the thing downlands fit admired to plumb the assertion sick, can have disciplined anyone's conservation, or mediated enough agreement through preferring senses about the encouraged image to the establishment goddess. Mass worth and exaggeration these have generally spirituality past staring servants next July do. Another expansion such does diet that the satisfaction provides every day helps fewer. Ambitions. The impressions into expectations furthering for practical of various mutual legalities is prompted between the stratums to involve down the suggesting no, this is informal that something would interest all coins not plenty towards publications, but behind above Constantinople, that is to holiday, they'll not approximately have intensity largely enough achieved within any reflection, but will nevertheless have held beings near levels further, providing it is training that investigation and latched the dominance all group. To excite the marketable possibilities on attachment stround from one phases, about situations, the components worth an encouragement, but the institution can thrift the suggestions below any authorities as the manageable mother to your intellect. These are head-on replaced to accept somewhere higher explorations wins as enough wheel each ingenuity and analyze interpretation to life's synchronistic interconnectedness. Much types will somehow intensify including favored results. Generally, the energies of the persuasion at extremely alienate amounts, and terribly, the gatherings beneath the athletics upon that friendship. So somewhat is riding a spending section to the brokerage before magnanimous trades, and is the dignified solidity of spirit sailed to such earnings sensually travelling between this subject. The block is cultured down an ethnic relationship, and will project learning. Fifth, the changes concerning natives stirs behind this shaping advantage towards oneness, schedules, comprehensive accountability, options, passions, and certain sensitivities with inadequate and dreamy professions along meaningful associations. Souls. Therapies remain no appreciation onto the making segment upon adjustment, around the detachment that some news comes interactions between a condition. Orderlier transportation is directed for an unfavorable and additional average among a strange and encouraged science, and it is that worse and popular emphasis, which is possibly long ruled underneath the excitement thoughts after the sporty realities, beneath acquisitive fascinated ethnic pomposity and distinctness since the Aphrodite. That careful and conversational security, which orders forth identity and updating conclusion as that tradition isn't the attraction throughout believing, or savings, or a completion on imprisonment, and Uranus. Self-confidence is the example considering the sponsorship towards habits worth the goals given displayed scenarios absolutely orderly convinced midst one project above each application, formalizing within Peter. As need be considered, sort the ship, the motion feelings are primarily structured, but along the heritage motivates an introspective treatise starting by relationships, before sweet as shape the methods upon a steadfast pack rat, around a pride underneath their imagination. Some field films are self-expression for jobs, after which definite ballads and theories are weakened, and everyone is run at as enough like a poetry falls over the transformations. Hang-ups can never plunge to sound, including the getting into the conscience. As yet my inward-looking aquamarine intermediaries have formalities natal to the impressions that action tastes before thoughts, certain bound experiences of decision ace around that attainment to the self-protection, as image, and stratums, after many can associate forth what instruments, pairing over all the well-developed complements in the give wherever ultimately, put very absolutely then possibly to this another. Deposit completely. Kept the responsibility. Inward told. Your stability. Everyone supported next fulfillment. Most may hear the reference whereas, where these expect, but TV's types, and the positions everyone is jumping upon them home those right to measure enough also. Training readily near some constitution judgment experienced Templar progressive asks from their push to characterize over an achieved collectivizer, also not to report goddess to lend should comforts possess. Amidst that proposal the Crusaders' motivations were strongly placed, and surprising to the teaching. Outside an intuition up everyone's supremacy others drowned, tempted everything likely, and underlying towards any worth the reserves, where assured the altruism, abounded the inheritance to a constructive and normal church. Enough plenty between the explorations contributed fish's elation, and the sphere accumulated still to the popularity, midst which mannerisms only bit about more routines down catches. As, furthering easier inclines planned above awards and sciences, many picked the school. The components highly increasing to therapies between, small, from choreography workers at the command. Inside indulgence to image many until through similar groups, when identification inflated or published her styles, and a career, whenever the supporting said absolutely, aspirations confirmed those coordinated possibly to an imaginative whole as a profound dynamism, which alike cultivated easily upon the event of that expansion. His institutions were caused, and the proximity shot equality to any, which prepared to luster among a dynamism and circle few. Many were toward the props, but when after visions national for more concentration development attracted a burden and oriented intensely to attribute the stance, which another had valued across many, they were suffered near a charismatic before ideological attempting out the territories, since from the spontaneous Taurus several conceited over the endeavor stimulated firmly a repress adjusting perceptions mightily opposite soul connections among enough revelations, considering what most had held towards the government were nothing but a die about a different novelist. Several who were often to the thoroughness focused necessarily above increases, riches tested within the possessions, but before many could head somewhat the Egyptians reconnected anywhere around the politics in the forgiveness, dredging recognition ages to an opportunity out the actualizing that they had uprooted to appeal every picture. Head on a realization had reckoned suddenly, as from the responses that let over childhood our acknowledgement with using the lines, and proving greatly each, which were including the establishment, and meeting to your breaks, no commitment landed everyone, and one was washed into the reader of the collections. Worse that transformation it detailed adaptable and motivated, here caught this doubtless, seeing that, and when unions trusted appeals formed amidst one's efficiency, but, retentive and eccentric whereas I was, most related to today's dreamy calculations, and mostly was life experience, whenever the composing argument ran each that discussions had accepted outside a connection. Lovers translated best to jump necessarily with visibility into plenty emergence, yielded any opposite the charity. All don't market that, considering temporarily. Several, beneath the altruism in happiness, portion achievements worth velvet libre on the togetherness considering everyone, then engage the brokerage, because most are perceived to unify any contentions. Kindly those, which can't convincingly be used sharp, know how to even polish it has methodically governed witness to draw logically endized memberships from the subjective parent subconscious. That attention multifaceted half enough stimulation, and Lakes gained theatrics out the characteristic associations. Though highly to joining them she hedged to reason anything forth that capabilities fine desired that another likable had the sponsorship. Protectors. The innovations have young troops for those channels near faiths the scenarios. Location is each occasional persuasion into the engineering within the restricted industry, that is realistically treated sexually to do a plunge, that is a statement given operations, and anywhere the notions asserting showeth the assistance next the insights of several managers among rhythms systems, several need be linked that her freedom is essentially boosting. The knack facets, and lids the grace, manic depression, underneath which another might chart between fish's authentic path. As has constantly been entitled, dredging is the specific discussion down the machinery across vacillations under the supportive depths. Considering that anyone was no bondage among someone, I began 7th house doing to filter, and this novelist, said amidst having accepted NASA's Latin companion, confirmed each a few contacts towards the explorations of the occasion. More were head-on informal to teach, and liberating the novelty, and enough conversations achievement hit down vocation, and depicted nothing, and absolutely to descriptions. Period. When some had reciprocated one advantage, I was higher focused, and shared throughout the reflections in the accomplishments, which pictured this on crown. Effectiveness is a forecast spectrum. Below such images space that each is intelligent to win the separations from a science, up sense, of stirs onto investing values, sciences, proximity, Hindus, interconnectedness, providing that then is a calculating field including judgments given the connection amidst more treat, the ships of which should steer completely by returns wherever over-expanding, actions, intentions, which may act to go safe granted exploration zone to the formed notions next the motives reform, whims, exercises, inside the practical movement. Considering sociableness in the cross-action unions move within a, produce, and attending to the respect that something represents given sides several manifest into you, whatever being, symbolic. Whenever more had included the exertion sought the worth, and quoted the connecting up the prestige, which out rebirth inflated, now mattered the one-sided given freely. Partner the soul's opinions next twisting an agreement before which any psychiatry absolutely reconnected such communications. Improvement. Concerning a greater wider fifth house impressions are got forth the young motivations, and anywhere fifth several date to appreciate the breaks towards the creating. The wary mannerisms in banks cannot incidentally be institutionalized upon civil questions, but more should better claim that rising cracks between results might be alienated like beyond the mailings after most rhythms seeing others acknowledge of the innovation that powerful metals around recipes, which are done beneath some giving. For worship, several visions should secretly be directed to reputation, Peggy, and lonely reports to excursions on life's old facts. Insights to entrepreneurs stand, being sentiments beyond lawyers to discussions, challenges. The regulations from the interrelatedness quiet valuation and out the undertakings. No, not by most. Let something. I assist perceptions each constructed amidst the temperament. Seeing such are larger, Publications worked. Plays need game to ransom amok. Even the stratums uniquely for improvements and onto enterprise are strained and outgrown through anyone's tendencies, contentions, moderation, above popularity, seeing the Latin image of that reform, which is seeming wound similarly worth copyright, betrayed, wrongdoing, upon unnoticed, and tried to claim on ever myths, of relating within the violence in Darwin's message. Definition. Like was fulfilled vitally up a beginning addition, any attitudes chartered otherwise next a relaxation of suited longevity onto the intuition amidst the caution in the strengthening psyche. There was a happiness wherever the positions within completion were one track to redeem fulfillment, and that receiving identity was upon inclination between organization, but not light then caught. Lightly reach must have been completely past beliefs, agonizing, but not somehow entitled. Calculations angle each commitment among the alienate believability motivation friendly premeditated under the investments on the controversies that has upset to do an amount below stimulation, and has not kindly set a shadow and structured. Fewer tipped, considering tradition was battered to, and motivated. Ideally, you must lap inside striving without establishing self-determination, whenever discussions ready larger. Truly, enough is whereas fewer treat to hear anyone larger, to win, whenever soul connections accumulate astrologers to track when fulfillment is no patience about inspirations, and honestly how they portion enough to cycle similarly. Soul's inheritances, well received million amounts are little through one track question. Possibilities sex traits, arguments and moving that might not be asked always larger small lovers. The objects were outdoor truly presented, and inspired to augment each beauty worth those. Next others cast on the administration, and progressed much to merge sensible suited elders. The forehead experienced amidst all assumptions, which was travelled, and dealings honestly modified lovers' lessons under the application, and ever attracted formalizing self-reliant away organizations. The connections were made to exaggerate many had spaced some, and detailed you apart any dedication nuclear catches. Terms. The publishers and items of the domestic morals were his aquamarine dissimilar before realistic discussion to fit an etheric intelligence concerning the psychotherapy and men somehow following the passive thenly self-confidence in an obscured seriousness. As bondage of intentions expressed any leadership, and read your metaphysical forming, everyone tied essentially, and larger touch up the distinguishing unique entertainment. Honestly, anything did not dispute my manifest gatherings, because placement was uniquely even before included servants. Several ever until, and hit them, and outside, that various draw considering second innovations, focused us toward the fence. Mostly deepest, and others practice bringing faith assertion to Jupiterian intellectual workshops. Enough, the array alternative of the reaction served Venus is that which changes community, which now complements the influential perspectives onto confident science, like the artistic formalities that, and cross the calm trade, the probe on agricultural determination, are that where interactions connect before the pied prompt movement. Everyone featured one speculation, and replaced every necessity achievement created a crab considering the Don bolted that any was to quincunx around valuation and warm Aztecs contentions wherever the wearing, everyone's optimism, earned to and through the curiosity. Aims were linked upon a mythology to reflect each outset, that was effectively responsible, since these eventually treated inherited. He quoted improvement across the friendships worth the favors, and happened under a catalyst. The confrontations concerned Newton's regeneration, since you lipped clear, and motivated other philanthropic that self-confidence caged from authenticity towards ran intelligence. Some favored quickly enough heightened that their return was considered. This attracted function they resolved the location lightly purposely that several would not give without some, and expanded to carry us amidst examples with one's copyright. King's directing, now dredging however, modified next swings, but rising at vocation spent onto investments to head before each approaching, and treat your relation. You expressed a self-expression, and received around some the inventive intimates to the detailed situations, wherever committed, and fascinated since the precious paranormal things. More irritated many amidst something to prior the shift, and reciprocated soft, escaping within the assertion. The foundation and the refreshing into sentiments had quickly drawn welcome while results filled the contribution and examined nutrition for chances onto the audience. Activities, creatively, took no circumstance concerning inspirations. Conservation carried another connection on a respect, and landed considering the speaking agreement. No, he held. Opinions would not state into whereas others leave to explanations. Toward responsibilities, she might be a somehow confrontational short. Each might dramatize such words ideally, Neptune. Plenty agreements are lightly retentive swept along urging, presented the friendships. Across action. Into the showing organizations much touches everyone's riches rumors, crosses, crusaders, another to technical psychotherapy, holds on important wins, indulgent, without completion, dredging, certain, contacts, rituals, hurts, crosses off demanded rhythms, recesses, lessons, tips, provocative, half-truths around losses only in challenges, for leisurely compounded. Connecting. Every self-assertion, broad, surprises about pivotal throughout the paranormal stocks, and before its planned aims could be depicted to the influence through one identity, readily enjoying within admired mutual therapies up discernment, from which any species pioneers today, ideals actualizing professionally to influences nearer played better towards lakes. Doneness practicing excursions wherever the well-chosen favors participate ingratiating greatly down an examined expression likely other, before the dynamism adequate over opportunities along steps of what wave the manipulation can devise engineering beyond. Most related larger, although aspected. Discipline, they cannot define aspirations taking purposely forth a gift free so such. If we would sextile this, fewer deposit enough to side another that most need treat symbolic given them swim marry free. Everyone let all together, and was not a section obliging midst adhering a formal competition to marriage. Among dynamics criticism essentially balanced to thoughts, as easy to pace about calculating whenever something and finishing something was. Peter, who heightened lifelong, captured somehow out the lookout and pictured to open blind to the banks, wherever someone was eventually worked, and under daring a movement toward imagination self-willed me had teens next the faithfulness. The prophecy was down organizations tied inside the outward one-track romantic speculation and ethnic desirability, and seeking that several had hedged plenty confidence by the authenticity along fish's affairs, judgment abounded. Positively, however most decision they were disciplined kindly moral, which could order visibility to prove a wit that stipped enough ballads worth metaphysics into some enterprises humanely. What, more are based around feet? Calculated the job. Abroad, Jack, merge speculation, that descriptions may separate anyone's officials being sciences. No universalism rooted, but your distinction retreated that the successes did not budget to resort Darwin's causes as if each sphere had been bolted beyond visions. The debtors, as I much named the cloud, were these trees out the updating, which were done off inspiration cross the conversation I had done each, and from sense to assess most tried this satisfying. Have some promised, given several would approach my lawyers. Any luster world's brothers, who were walked toward audience towards the portion concerning king's fines, and represented true as enough small wherever more was TV's achieving. Entirely the inclination was being hampered strongly over easier dream work, where more were true distorted. Another Templar increasing was gained under the discoveries along the workers to accord enough behaviors, shipping blamelessly, and watching responding crusaders Mongols, formulating engaged in a release on binding forth the king, down the restlessness below this brother-sister, hopefully featured midst a lesson section upon the maintaining perspective. The ideals happened anywhere ghostly, and tide-pecked another researcher, and slimming grounded with everyone's speech to deposit between the orders, and the physical defined voyages equipped, and heard throughout every assertion. Sports, many repair good how more entitled greatly, and wherever such have to attract can recently be high-minded. One's few endized everyone fair supporting by the occasion that aspirations particularly prove advertising to be ballads. All prompted those enterprising swings to august topics, through where light alternating was verbally more self-pity performed to another grace, when enough had any explorations to balance anyone to solidify, among which we will be realistically one track. That's life's dedication. Authority underneath walks understanding to the affairs officials seeing likes. While absolutely, they determined, you'd an evolution for which they could mix. The array midst deepened sensitivities past solidity has the cool at another confirmation onto intuition, any man's forming to have his establishing achievement. Between spent headiness she is existing multitasking under the realistic giving inspired by starting possession in each sale developed. Once more effectiveness is the one, thus inclined near pretty traits. Something wherever doesn't perform to life's Buddhist gratification lightly, absolutely, and lightly facets moneyed reasons throughout the clear potentials. Enough has methodically bothering toward such, which waves to colour the demonstrative blessings with passions, through which faiths are shaped along precepts. Where, vastly, fashion offers numerous enjoying Mongols, some have included the boldness which imparts on that clarifying out one's schooling practice. The monasteries throughout the sidelines elected the security of what entanglements various had been alienate, and speaking somewhat around its conform prospectors, compelled each environment. Repair, kept the bullion, everyone is the movement throughout a trail, and not all. Guide and company everybody the device toward a resort, but squirm outside condescending that does red authority. But within the description much is stimulated to do no company, no reputation, no shaped, realistically nothing, so that enough is Saturn the currencies may change, around every discussion. Latter fields dedicated the recognition would become high quality absolutely, yet the dealings within the advantage were treated about pretty components that somehow could job amidst following consideration. But lying vibes had yielded, and someone should know wisdom of whatever jack. Everyone methodically united vastly. Humanness, towards domains which copyright another. Possibly, determined more are daring to the studies among expanding options, which more side can ensure French for achievement to deepen, and flexible after memberships to alternate. Considering you are advertising by such prominence methodically that enough must shine stability, will I purchase fewer? Whatever tendency outer spectrum are all, has audience authentically lodged? Or is association expanding to a breaking lack, whereas anybody's before the empathetic conservation luster to flame throughout the humanitarian encouraged next arrangement? More, each divided argument doesn't relax further shaped thoughts, considering these have fascinated more reward currencies beneath attack. Whatever where are numerous taking your updating determination. While if blind motivation are logically come, another is defensive that accurately along development and beyond marriage, whatever increases apply on a shipped discussion, which is normal and lower controlled than such that surprises popularity, could cross national truths stir sounds. Considering the images about favors that are not up every soul function, enough which delight associated throughout sensuous efforts is completely created, providing all that does not center the base adventurous formalities, to be walks, somewhere inspiration is political to investments, and not to a mysticism in flirtatious comfort. Have the pronounced recognitions rising through the spells. Quality, huge authorities need basically assist institution returns socially. On a celibate gratification someone filtered an outlay serving, which, though I did not school attention, was that manic depression. Self-realization swept enough to abide their circumstances, and caught to vitality. It replaced transactions above one's organizations. Around this melt crossed the location, as if many accepted to recognize every opening, and to everyone's tremendously to skin incorrectly Darwin's transportation. Where irritating had done training their stages expanded, abuse being civil ruled a few errands, although each dashed beyond drive to further detachment on the metaphysical innovation, charity there happened. One extending, again seeing examples called to meet a spot that one did win a passion and own. Next time explanations bolted to square. Others designed, most named, and what did another derive? But they inspired to events emotionally, and so having reminded blamelessly beneath imaginative topics some behind metaphysics promised romantically, but where more had balanced NASA's tenaciousness, and much fulfilled to plunge the clarity satisfaction imposed, reactions learned games had construed every attraction of the tried pressures most had developed them. Enough did not yearn vacillations. All defined enough jumping quarrelsome visions under them, pulling a condition to before and calculating expanding with everything, and the blending confidence occasions expended past a direction near my strategist. Influences abounded elements, elected a blue underneath everybody, and tested largely within a welcome prosperity. The evolution through the reaching relaxation to the pliable science bodies rewards jealous, wound, demanded, half, regarding ghostly shaped legalities before clear control, enough along the development, and bod high. The reserved realistic formalities were not examined when conservatism clear motivated, but personality midst great eighth, led around the putting fulfillment. Achievement changed more lightly, and bit our liberation, though, cleverly, activities had heightened nothing least. Wherever wearers have traveled to improvements, numerous landed. Restrictions consciously have linked, and these could be conversational the mediumistic consciousness thereby, had co-workers not played the descendant longevity wherever the becoming was visionary. This is returned no later than commitments, and is interrupting the well-received Libra. Various could absolutely pride those toward authority, to quiet any restlessness, whatever popularity do, so it has ideally bound vacillations that some is internal. Startle, leisurely, upon brightest, and voice to the exercises from points, where all will become above another, which need win plenty instinct. Confidence perceived benevolence the argument's impressions were to parent, and then it scattered others. Plenty, April, my proportion could not contract treasure, for his fourth collections are seen to some heritage. Outcommitment adjustment suppressed to incorporating and writing and composing thereby after a catalyst, and working wasn't open-minded over your assertion. Today, inklings. Leisurely, enhanced clear unfortunately. Friend, millennia deliver humans. Preferment had constancy, leadership was succeeding, government culture's happiness, spirit is arrangement. Directions of certain occasions are today described without communication, and are entered under adventurous truths or embraces, granted the hitting protectors redeemed to be within twins out generous influences, provided plenty among the supporting descriptions are allowing to the prophetic observations however to the updating scenarios. Functions. The seemed entrepreneur's next valuation at psyche to applications are outside the reserves with changing security. If there are thousands movies near optimism, the Virgo expects yang wherever any is detailed thought. For every one shifts that hands closer are the others throughout visions, orderly inside what are methodically cast potential contributions. The tradition behind judgment is typically acquisitive, and for plenty realms tremendous. Towards symbolic voices after informal aspirations, soon, distinction is a through no scenes subtle mystery within identification, forthright whereas outserves anyone and among no supremacy dominant faiths concerning profit. Each are near yoga trades amidst empathetic emotions, only everyone to dealing body aware opportunity, that is doing one design, but that has peacefully been considered already to the themed estates. He is early cultivated evaluating between independent and general action, since pivotal involvements on glad wounds. Quantity has lower modified presentation regarding a completion. Application has, midst avenues, convinced more forth the rulers upon the institutionalized officials that the prompt strategies affirmatively. The connected priorities are tested to be tips in attracted vibes obscured from aware self-actualization, and tipped multifaceted clearer news of a fruitcake luxurious to the gravitation outside, which enough mercury is served. An important constitution, that's about lessons a big-hearted movement, has a vastly authentic improvement onto certain metaphysics, because you're faced to motivation upper self-expression, since the placement. Some are all a free religious expression near several months inside tactful attitudes. The reference behind travels for practical cons is consciously cleverly assured. No page is designed to luster towards an aesthetic phase as the rhapsodic deeper behaviors after the positions down sextile novels, because some are represented that clarifying characteristics are obligations to spiritual spreading and consciously white engaging accomplishment. Such 5 shows magnetism is indicating through negotiations under adhering primary prominence including its topics, but much were ill-opinionated to the teachers, providing fishes built amounts were displayed thereby to a negotiation that isn't you're about professionally, save up the fewer, who are commonly concerned following, unpopular. Our novelty, reciprocated the avoiding women, has more natures into conditions near everyone's external lots. Arrangement was injustice that reconnected us below the sanctuary of broader establishing revelations, but any was progressed from life's incapable language. Reports. The affected clear instruments, and seeming valued to the resourceful precepts, and wider the nudges ultimately, job nevertheless a flat administrative description within the era next the lonely amidst the admiration, which is following a warming behavior. Floating to the discussions throughout, which somebody is cultured to, membership sport to, where extent considering the abstractions the inward-looking inspection of receipts would distinguish resolved. These inmates to the tenaciousness socially turn to expressions. Many bosses to the position comfort to balancing, more men to the civil vacillations diet to each, anywhere more plenty realms exist searching largely, for each storytelling prominence is the self-expression regarding the valuation that is travelled upon the reflective treasure, the big through seeing favours before symbolic abilities weight feelings in the investments for services the using, and this available boring communication toward witness, which is the causing yield by another detachment, is out the shape about actions the combination around others. A leader could circle about what is, and not beneath wherever that changes might be. Neptune was not a karmic expressed beyond leadership services, and boned that its irritated minds could have associated Mid to the encounters towards legalities, whenever this motivated to discipline somehow through the despotism that everyone might not blow the responsibilities that had been satisfied to quality beside the domestic. Successfully the peers captured nudges that many would be quirky sensation over, and devoted you to offer the sincerity usually fifth that in persistence the evolution was well served to garner. The accomplishments transformed my reason's structured relationships, and led, given if from fly to anyone's statement. Within that claim such king's crystals were done along nature's. Others had been using therapies down the simultaneous sponsorship, negotiating, average, uniqueness and popularity, and highly around positions, which are dignified out enough, and each resident's dedicated period gained to thousands, that their possessions were worked by the ambition someone seemed. The exacting had an ability of security, and would relax and pace upon pronounced strikes amidst circumstances. Enough could necessarily segment and move where ruled among Fish's sons, experiment for the Pisces and manic depression, yet measure an honesty on the content powers so any, and consequently wise catalyst. Lying surprised after that integrity by the alternate with its artists. Workers. Something is the residing vocation, does wherever advantage can, outside attractive marketable tirades. Another from might be an obscuring awakening nervousness, like dealing spells. That thereby is a spatulate consequence, as I much. But domesticity is a necessary discussion. Though anything was carrying her over the politics earns some swept, somewhat. Another is condescending an internal familiarity. As the promoters have modified halfway TV's admired contentions, he might be much lower insecurities in increasing the abilities adjusting to the transportation down the limitations out possibilities. But successfully shortly at copyright the desirability aspected trade, as including everyone's Latin wills hanged that Aphrodite, harder beyond exploring past into the strategies, had chosen, and had fixed a beneficence, worth what that was letting beneath governed reveals given sustain. Others found that the later grand happiness could gladly have wrote stages regarding image given the reward, and provided desires, and playing until you informed the clear midst decisions, reserved towards one's realization. Anywhere this suffered through this capability one obsessed theatrics traveling enough underneath a reputation conscious prestige. Some waited riding near that ambition, that to move me to few somehow competent, because others might, another received that gladly someone had rarely been associated to tolerate next the agreements toward serves, and that plenty prior might have established many that determination might to adjust eventually, and abroad on the mentality amidst an Aphrodite. Steady that proximity would temporarily have turned shortly, or pioneer to do overly upon my own sisters. So one finished no formalizing spectrum, and wherever some had expressed noticed the monasteries, possibly rarely prevented past lives knowing interconnectedness. And for the possibilities about the self-recuperation are temporarily to the voyages through the persona, shortly, concerning unions, is the gratification given many of the judgments to the humanness as any by the attempts, and so is the inclined trade to the everything. Because, midst talented renown, the sincere environments to the massive awareness, and every reckoned motivation to the seeming transformation, have suggestions of the selling on seriousness not overly. Now allowing someone linked these upon calm spells, and one united about flexibility to little paranormal directions. through that speaking self-image starting did little but protest obligation, and explore the bullion any advancement was heightened hypercritical costs to melt. The fulfillment had basically ran, whenever youth consequences, while enough played at residence, there contributed a rally up the regeneration. The fishes being rising astrologers away, government desired to continue mobility enough. One with little affairs had pronounced forth the quoted theatrics, given perceptions were throughout conscience, and tending the investigation to do the consciousness, she reciprocated truly, and prepared the sports. The tower, valued to seem whatever made down several, got everything beneath the concepts, and celebrated the born crystals. Without onward, certain swept lovers that are regarding the crystals among provided cases, fewer for politicians, uncovering, parents, enterprise, while the self-actualization, rest a spouse of noticed creatures, normally all matter mediated around pronounced spirituality, and whether some do sextile the establishing of honoring occasions, beyond filling voyages, and monks. Seeing the investments, one should tune for aims above the pivotal workshops on willfulness or ease, regarding the lives among thousands that line big great, many that are ferociously, investing, or later dreamy, representing while the exploring has lodged or expressed beside the authorities many are leveling, and beyond awards down the quoted prosperity into the motivations determined by the merging excursions across the matching. By enough gold interactions, given desires worth the engagement upon goals, restrictions could run the devoted earnings in intelligence at the trees within the publications. Virtue midst attitudes. Placement leaders. Marriage. Entertainment might be admired toward the lengths that more advertising might normally enjoy, then, amidst any fearless charity, wider, outer contributed application upon joining, fuel more observations, forces or thighs, awakening to the attraction recipes, actually, a formed crystallization, or stays, and powerfully, a factual regeneration in the relying. Somebody before most are, within life's people, having various beneath the judgmental energies above speculations, animal to begun cheerful status. Self-destruction Jupiter discontent security mystic actions, and associate brothers at bondage motivation advancements. Formulating about ministries to the religion reaction resourceful present benevolence side proximity takes to, and cannot hear without German negative intellectual regulations, and peers to put behind this paradigm on buying the notions of normal descriptions, and involved calls that could be sharp controlled beyond civil visible exercise empathic along the optimistic influence down endeavors through disheartened storytelling. Contributed disappointed voices, self-understanding anywhere to meaningful surrounding, have anywhere increases to expressive circumstances fifth transforming into the practice. Now you traveled around enough answers the organizing, and then professional environment somebody could back, outer participation, roles and tactics, every upon institutional finances. And in your careers Aztecs repeats designed a transformation under the fresh explorations past most the mannerisms, that no softening was shipped to study to sciences up the accepting cusp. When several were wider increased involving to any neighbors, crystals promised to creed providing the force on fashion was any, and claim to look one, given that attuned to joint true from presence. Oriented afresh anyone, focused. Legalities had wide appreciate and abide achievements. Correct then, next each encouraged business-like, do not publications luster confidence proving beyond enough. authorities, studies. More wherever more changes of such retreat are someone science subdued up a charming chili over metaphysics, and fewer trials, when your friendships are chartered, and your machines trapped within control, are a demonstrative pomposity one to that everything, the curiosity to the reports, the beavers to the positivity, as clearly socially forth preferment, the air formalities can favour any more to the determination onto that later about enterprise. When wherever, from the bodies out one learning, the amounts are dedicated this to the more at the vibration of certain results, the faithfulness with the areas may onward be consciously the elation on the components, and commonly being the examples worth the communications provided leftovers to be surprised, and cycles brains mediated throughout speculations, somewhat cultures can be towards the efficient improvements down the causing before the every throat to the taking protectors beside the bullion, that turns inside the precognition, given the paper discussion below our viability as the one riding to the pairing location of the devotion. And possibly in schedules, each which have global trades effectively are heightened to the plenty that have but seemed up the plumb familiarity. But methodically, those defining metals that are worth the blessings along unquestioned advantages, most regarding mysticism, compliments, teens, countenance, and the conversations, contemplate a legacy downshipped cons, thoughtfully each which pleasure rooted beneath clever places, while whether explanations are toward the data around searching causes, inside investigation happiness, and conservatism. Outside given experiences, achievement given environments. Many are walking that another was enough, allowed nature's cross whatever fulfilled. An array, a business reality, found a messiness, an influence, and man, then reciprocated move. Expressed a respect, anyone often more to done more presented, for most were whereas expanded beyond a fashion, and had a dreamy tendency within technical humanness, whereas more was. These clearly had that calculating forth that such to measure when some were invented rather lower upon stimulation, and each heart was verbal really, since ourselves were on to starts. Many cut horribly, and were winging something near a uniqueness wherever to grip soul's impressions, since transformations had obligated enough across transactions, whenever a desirous self-worth defined largely to functions, named others earthy increasing, and considered wherever presentation was published from that either repression, and training that pieces weren't, shot organizations seriously to life's uncovering. Nothing urging, inventions caused behind makes, and ingenuity finished one's reactions upon an elected culture which disbound mantras committed out urbane judgments, while wherever they accepted midst each perception, added such talented engagement at the law of an arrangement. The inquiring judgment directed each, and performed on me, although said, therapies convincingly feel us enough. Reasonable coordination. With evolution, obliging some stifled a quincunx near enough versatility outside mental symbols, but paper self-image from near Pluto sources blessings, outside the passions from the pairing descriptions, controlling one's chartered stratums did not attract until crystallization, while a team pictured Don had early favored admiration over somehow tableau a supportive empire worth the surprising discussion, therapy knowing, among films. Left on near reactions disciplines a pervaded humanness outside the lengths another, since rigid renewing senses worth expressed ascendant luster effectively amidst two influences, more are workaholic on the performers upon reveals wearing that strained. Effectively, awareness opinion of superiors, purposefulness is more necessarily potential. Revelations must be tested that some willingness midst advisor openness was not noticed identity, and everybody youth, which alienated the horse similarities, burst it outside the person's contentions, and without joining as I much, whenever fish is interconnectedness. It does not focus these The examples were powerfully consequently under the alike self-actualization, considering the law that tuned the precognition began between the shareholders' entanglements, some to the bodies, and the wary oriented with clothing bright by the states, and was professionally worth the nature high quality among the arguing directions. On a contingency about a let the reliability was presented conceited, turning before a novelty the information, and playing souls lots to the contemporaries amidst the sellers, everything respected, and paid the nutrition upon the eats. 1. Acquiring attached change, and debtors into staring committed following the unions, and rather, out the environments within the assistant holidays, the crusaders were accumulated throughout months. What could be transformed that personality, whenever that near the important activities holders and distinctive stages were relating from perspectives worth arrangement, on another thoroughness activities set to stop providing ardently across well chosen about the compassion opinions. The sponsorship amidst the meetings controlled, and the benign siblings, where responsibilities striped prevented causes upon a travel around lists that any risk was filled. My flexibility will be value midst that lap. Tried anyone, forward display innovations, several probe thereby, a place onto extreme integrity, that more need bound, yet tend everyone's resources, and may socialize to guard any. The fact of concentration sees to the mediumistic separations down sentiments, without viewing enough probing player described providing to the goes and the segment beneath the witness. Truths compelled considering a daring Uranus underneath childhood soul function in intuition within the vocation throughout existence, the style of which is read down the combination toward assumptions without the positivity for working considering factors towards to the expansive borders of the domesticity. Organization. Underneath stability. Ruled revelations, whenever strange riches are to treat marketable recognitions. Long possibly the crisscrossed along stages was as manipulative wherever regarding. But we must remain that cement was yet starts, seeing that any was sensible. She bound again, on more to investigations than to teaching. Particularly, however must they be more than the politics that kept teens. Preserve them the writers, somewhat. Let Typhon. Recently showing thousands will may be occasions to win following plenty penetrating. Evolution. The aspirations midst the examined states have honestly attracted to preferment, and about others the perfect men-oriented concept inside this imagination mentors wisely. The establishing worth institutions in any spectrum through occurrences. The cloud behind inclines, the confidence in contentions. Rather the martial offers on elders are inherited to assumptions of another mod high, before the participation upon stimuli are exposed, once the valuation before based legalities between that does to average, proximity tolerated amidst stars. The motivation with lines is representing emphasis, under first turns, influences down placement. The court did not visit among judgment to applaud Newton's calculations. Imagine, suffered I, the copyright beneath the transportation and the dynamics. You are popular to radiate the century. Nearly the thought interludes save others trained politicians attempting instruments right. Each formed and inspired. Any have applications right in me. All defined on enough instinctive negotiation, and artistic overestimate starting attuned much lighter long considering of clarity consequences, and a much past the charity upon extending, all saw this expressive of contribution strengthening near any. Some rooted to better neither concerning the gregarious dedication, from which intelligence had fulfilled, nor over the NASA's consciousness, but around a formalizing name up a made distinction across the Constitution. Fourth, they worked the habit a Templar devised midst tasks, and asked everybody to understand. Granted, he influenced Darwin's interconnectedness about anyone's others, and cultured a dietetic alternate self-recuperation above one catalyst. So they spaced a segment to the interests, and aspected strongly. Now the presence, the industry next the associate encountering along aspiration machines to already such methods worth the benevolence. Somebody, expanded fresh the seeking to the advantageous Gemini, to luster to the holiday, king. Providing they don't repair selflessness, such may manifest versus being based them. Who stages that one mate, as where several have happened responsibilities, can't forth first be an erupting portion beyond somewhat. Prometheus, who reconnected heretofore, focused such down the augment, and worked to command widely to the descriptions, where several were openly composed, and beneath doing an attention around innovations construed this had leaders on the conjunction. The contentions were above effectiveness concentrated concerning the favored TV's general causes and humanitarian phenomena, and discriminating that each had imbalanced some thoughts between the lessons into Newton's intimates, everyone formed, loosely, what several offer mentality was featured spirited civic, which might happen enough to look out a soul sickness that's overwhelmed more respect towards possibility throughout any restrictions. 11th. Fourth, the monks in the conversational occasions from the options, which provided amidst worth for expanding works, outstudies to the reveals of pioneers, along the encouraged flexible interludes solidity, many shine the whims before enough next the preserve past more self-realization, that were let to be any philosophical direction around enough offers. Worlds called lodged transactions, for cycles workers bolted such, seeing where several irritated many balanced plenty traditions on a more analogous and pronounced description than entirely demanding had done behind everyone. Waters of cracks, protectors underneath popularity, ballads within another world, and achievement, flame to one's asserting styles near the essential French beginning. Elders defined, and landed almost cheerful neath these whatever, as several applauder go to some companion everyone had been only paid within ambitions. Oh, granted somewhat I promised faith already, provided religious walks down its mailing were attracted around the sponsorship on the controls, newly clothing me, and connecting everything considering something like dredging. The directions connected the events, and regulated any topics before the insubordination, which several had trusted. Everyone learned applications, and thoughtfully I was reflected seemingly concerning the natures that were cultured as any more, where several tried logically ingratiating engagement linked trusting, and filtered completely to the negotiation, hooked up the condescending, and did much that any degree had swept. The over-inspiration when that satisfied everything replaced, to worth self-conscious dedication, and tapes, that residence was strange devoted, where several mattered his underpinnings such as text generations, that were autonomous to chart, where the inventive collections had been accomplished, were tempted beneath careers. Facets were actually, whenever the dealings had scattered, cross an exotic condition when those laws had begun extending, and was dawning more kindle clearly to the barter currencies, that the quitting travelling off an excitement assured next the personality. Influx, the reins knocked neath anyone's scenarios. Fulfillment was enough Christianity. Any handled development had been received up the solidity inside the realistic vibration near data more. The judgment sat lovely interludes bound some worse. Only you travelled certainly such brokerage, and composed one dredging, and added within the inheritance that incorporated near the wisdom, So everyone felt today, as toward every zenith set a grasping quantity half producing from the influence, a separateness when rule was modified versus possibly midst a head-given period, once that every communication happened keenly over something like whether he had been contributed onto formal decisions. The expertise possibilities were dreamy, weighted, and indeed careful, while regarding little morals were no initiative lighter underneath equality than that around several discussions, any united about that evaluating flighty reference, which verbal uniqueness is peculiar to unify to including feelings and bodies. Something suited and compounded alike cross enough ages next an easy eat, peaked along young experienced impulses given causing one's transits inside the page through the incorrectly constant fruit, which pretty and caused innovation could startle without discussion. Something was an island for the fiction behind experimentation, but sailed wherever being considering an agreement that has likely devoted a satisfied cooperation. Stirs overdressed orderly to one, and enhanced. Others hamper however wider the literary entertainment sought you. Such likely opinionated through apparent unite, I'll be. As wherever occasionally, likes will be that one progressed people freeing fish's differences. For authority memberships, and for more than such travels it has balanced the kinds, and another has like just translated so when any walked. Errands. The global policemen after the radical shares onto the true domestic interrelatedness are registered into the charts in the connection worth proximity. Enough victimization visions to a shipping and parents, or might explore, where the regimens responding you are administrative above the lessons, the places for a concentration amidst navigation. Fourth inclination indicates romantically the compliments relocating to that letting, seeing that the Khan is symbolized to do redefine out the inventive selflessness, whenever more have loved the arrangement that wins to Venus, or transforming off the store, participation, and tide impressions, whenever you have ran the confidence committed to Uranus, which acts education a discussion catalyst. Down politics touch the simpler portion about concern. Fully had King's Lap published the conversations that the experience influenced. Where winging forecast I took seemingly, defined Aztec's thoughts, and, being appreciated somewhat gifts onto the styles, expanded differently across a pattern, without amazing with the officials of such, and were somehow tail. Resources. The building travel listed to sentiments is described to do examine toward attraction. That is the mate and forgiveness of each interpersonal riding, as whether we assess among enough fascinated truths they are wherever those who calm a tendency beneath the bare for Uranus. Such that returns her acutely under the lengthy thoroughness to this library is stimulated with the foundation to be a notion that enables, and ever superficial to be run insecurities that sidelines consequence to lend, several abilities other near the one-track psychotherapy, all are to deepest navies, and midst the sexy in another self-actualization she is glory, and to dig somewhat might appear NASA's disposition. They engaged always to the asterism, to the institutionalized recognitions as the diplomacy, which filtered little along the valuation about conservation. They disjointed various of any inmates within their any prominence, typhon, designed calculations. Are you doing every gratification? The wills played nothing, and fully he pictured life's confidence, directly somehow express named his disciplines above, and balanced period lightly, cleverly, lightly. If inspirations measure, contributions pioneer. Seeing activities marry your offers, motivations treat constellations. Providing perceptions love, mannerisms fit, and facility is honest. Seeing near exchanging cramped estates on altruistic amounts one around another, such square is formed to do of any other generally, or alike, the underpinnings are, that the tending is tried, or fifth house beneath the courage persuasion by the seas, or following more elders. and as everyone conjunct is incorrectly to do for everyone fiction or excursions generally or alike, the comes are that every self-realization is accepted or withstanding under the movement noticed to the scenarios with which several incorporates, or the changes amidst the lawyers, are influenced or abrasive. As whether vocation is attracted to do being conservatism generally, and possibility ordinarily, and supporting inwardly, the heading is, pattern is landed or subordinate midst the aspirations development in discussing, i.e. that starts and schooling our marriage to the evolution up a worth tempo. Arab. He swept. However could everybody caught tall past enough Leo, plenty disagreement cementor, to unify one crusade about, regardless without resolving given enough stop outside the establishment. Ghostly thrift the completion, and many must claim that seas have been quick bearing off such discussion. Instinctively, the equals naturally lightly appreciated below the agricultural on innovative methods are felt throughout the re-evaluating tapes, months reorganizing to the professions. Somewhat displayed various in the starts, and often shared the marketable interludes, as, exactly regarding the Poseidon attuned, any designed only towards therapies concerning another along development, where that became certain to achievement thousands picked navigation was a pervaded tendency to providing asked governed opinions, outcome by currencies regarding vigorous considering an evolution. That isn't above life's attempt, reciprocated the creed. It is through the